Let's see.
We're live, baby.
We're live.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey.
Well, I will wait to do the intro.
Wait.
or should we do it?
People will tune it if they
All
want
right,
to watch
then.
it. Not
Welcome back, everybody. We are Rough Draft Research. You are the audience. And together, we're here to stream the 2024 NFL Draft. And we're doing it from the old stomping grounds of Lawrence, Kansas. That was the surprise I'd teased on the podcast. I made it back. We're here, back where it all started. It's good to be back. How do you guys feel?
It's good, yeah.
It's been some time.
Yeah.
It feels good.
The last time all three of us were on a pod, even separately together, was last year's draft, right? Or were you even at last year's draft?
Oh, I was there.
Oh, he was
Honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of want to just, since no one's in here, just have it you. And once we get an audience, we'll have a reveal.
Okay.
So, yeah, watch the playback. Don't start from the beginning.
Yeah, if you're watching the playback,
I'll cut that.
pretend like you didn't see that.
Bucky Brooks, man. So they're doing rankings. I got my own slot receiver rankings here, man, and they're way different than what they've got. It's kind of sad. I don't think.
What do you got?
Well, first of all, I didn't really put Ladd McConkey as definitely just a slot guy.
Oh, that's fair.
I think he's got more potential than that. So I got Roman Wilson as number one.
Okay.
And then Malik Washington, number two. Ricky Parcells, number three. Jalen McMillan, four for me. I love some McMillan. And then I got Corley at the number 5 spot.
Damn, Corley at 5. Okay. I think I'd probably flip Corley and McMillan, but the rest of it I agree with pretty substantially. I think with Corley and McMillan, it's more of a style thing. I just really enjoy watching the way Corley plays, and so I think they're both equally skilled. Just kind of doing different things.
Yeah, it harkens back to that 2023 season for McMillan when he was the cat's ass up there in Washington. So
Yeah.
that's it. Man, this is wild. It's like a snack upon me.
Yeah. It did. We are here. I can't believe it. We ran through the tournament. Our 2024 tournament winner is probably going to be taken, within the first 5 picks?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got, actually, I don't know how crazy we're going to get here. But I can tell you, since, it's just us guys, right, that in my fantasy football mock draft where finding landing spots for a lot of these guys, I got a little nutso, and actually the top 8 picks of the entire draft are skill position guys.
Oh, okay.
In mine. So in that, definitely got him at number 4. So
Okay.
Call me crazy. Call me crazy. Uh-oh.
I lost
We've been viewed.
audio. Wait, no, we're back. Okay. We are good. Hello, 3 viewers just in.
Popped right up.
I would not be surprised. I think 7 of the top 8 could indeed be skill position players. I think if there's a lock outside of the number 1 overall pick, Caleb Williams, I think it's Joe Alt to the Titans.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty signed, sealed, delivered. Mm-hmm. But it would be very, very fun for the first 8 picks to be skill position.
It's pretty fun, yeah. I mean, it's the same old thing. 4 quarterbacks, 3 wide receivers, and then I have a team going a little wild and taking a tight end.
Oh, okay.
Before it got crazy. So
Gotcha. Good old Brock. I'm interested. There's so many. He seems to be somebody that doesn't have a lot of consensus in landing spot yet. Like, I've seen the Colts, I've seen the Jets, I've seen, I guess those are the only 2 I've seen recently, but still not a ton of consensus, and a lot of people think somebody might trade up for old Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I've got him going to the Chargers, man.
Oh, okay. Wow.
It's okay. And the fun thing about it being the draft right now, we're going to find out in 20 minutes how wrong I am. So I'm going to face
that's fair.
There would be so much new information that I'll just be purging all the mistakes of my fantasy mock draft here, and that's that. It's pretty wild, though. I like it. It's got a few surprises.
Yeah? Well, do you want to get into the first couple picks while we're waiting? Or?
Yes, yeah. I mean, we know number 1. That's no surprise. I got Caleb Williams going to the Bears, obviously.
Yep.
I got a shake-up at number 2. I've got him going with Drake May.
Oh, okay. Over Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. And then to make it even stranger, got J.J. McCarthy going to the Patriots.
Okay.
At 3. And that's good. I've got $1 on that. Pays 22. So.
Oh, nice. There you go.
That's $22. Trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with it tomorrow.
Some responsible betting for you there.
That's right.
Don't bet a lot, but win a lot.
It was my last $1.
Not a lot, but
I've got a pretty hard, fast rule. Put in 100 at preseason and cash out whatever you got at the end. And this year, I did not have anything to cash out. Last year, I did, but whatever. We'll get them next time. But yeah, I got Marvin Harrison at 4 to Arizona.
okay. Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Unless Arizona is able to trade back, which I thought was a pretty. I didn't think that made a lot of sense, but after talking to Danny, friend of the pod, about it, it does. If they could trade back Arizona and not trade too far back and still get one of these top 3 wide receivers off the board, that may not be a horrible idea. But I think just stay there and take Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm with you.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it has less of a chance to go wrong. And there's so much going on with them. They already have 2 first-round picks. They got 4 day 2 picks. They've got 11 total picks in the draft. Like, they've got a lot of picks, So
Yeah.
why not use them instead of flipping them for more? You've got the ammo. It's time to use it. So, but yeah. And then, as mentioned, Brock Bowers, dude, number 5. That's gonna be it.
Brock Bowers 5 to
the
the Chargers. Gotcha. Oh wow. I mean that would be a fun way for Jim Harbaugh to go ahead and shake up already the NFL. Like just I'm gonna do things my way. I see. To me, the Chargers are likely to trade back. I mean, I know their roster is like stronger than Arizona's on paper. But I just feel like there's a lot of change coming there. I mean, they already moved the defense around quite a bit, and obviously traded away Keenan Allen, and Mike Williams is gone. And I feel like they could use kind of a more reloaded picks, but we'll see. I do think there's going to be some spicy trades going on. I think this is going to be a crazy class.
Yeah, I've got 2 trades in my top 10.
Okay.
I haven't got to them yet, but so yeah, I don't know. It's obviously I'm just having fun, but the reason Arizona doesn't trade back is because with McCarthy and May off the board, less interest from the Vikings is what I'm going with.
Makes sense.
And it opens the door for Jaden Daniels to go to New York at 6.
Oh wow.
So that's that, and then now everything's crazy. The Jets trade up to get the 7th pick from the Titans, and they select Malik Neighbors.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and then people getting real feisty. Jacksonville decides to do the same. Trades up with Atlanta.
Jacksonville.
Yeah, to take Rome Odunze.
Okay.
So there you go.
That would be. If you call this, did you put a bet on all 8 of those?
No, I put one bet, $1, J.J. McCarthy to the Patriots.
Oh, gotcha.
I did that in February, so
Gotcha.
that's it.
Gotcha. I see.
I was talking to a friend of Devin, my coworker, and I was like, man, I put a lot of work into getting ready for the draft. I was like, I wish I had another 3 days because I feel like I'm in it now. Like I could make some interesting bets that I think would be a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, just having a little fun playing around with the information that's sitting in front of me. It's total. I've got 7 wide receivers going in the first round.
In the first round. Wow, 7. Okay. Well, we've got a little time here while we're waiting, so let's see. You want to see if I can guess? What,
Yes.
7?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously we got Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, and Rome Odunze.
Yep.
I'm gonna go Brian Thomas Jr.,
Of course.
Adonai Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is where it gets tricky. I don't know that are you a lad in the first guy? A lad? Are we going lad McConkey?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
lad.
Lad in the first, and then so we got one more. You're not a big Troy Franklin guy.
I'm not a huge Troy Franklin guy. No.
Okay. And the comment you made about Keon Coleman earlier
Yeah,
makes me think
giveaway.
that you didn't put him in, right?
No.
Okay. Who am I missing? Did you sneak Roman in there?
No.
No.
You're missing. Oh man.
It's going to be an obvious name, I know. There's somebody big I'm missing
You got
here.
the first 3 picks of the second. I got Keon going to New England.
Okay.
34. Roman to the Chargers
Mm-hmm.
at 37, and then Franklin to the Giants at 46.
Gotcha. Oh, Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So I put Worthy at 30 to Baltimore.
Okay. Give him a little speed.
Ladd is 32 to the Chiefs.
Ooh, okay.
Brian Thomas slipped to 20 and went to the Steelers.
Okay. I like that.
Adonai to Buffalo.
Buffalo. Buffalo does need some juice. Buffalo is one of my dream teams to move up, like make a crazy trade and move up for one of the top 3 guys. I don't know that they have the ammo to do it or anything like that, but that would be so much fun. But they're definitely taking a receiver in the first, right?
Yeah,
they have to. Yeah. I like that. I could see all of them guys going in the first for sure. I mean, this draft is just so offensively kind of overbalanced. Maybe not the best way to say that. Sorry, I got distracted by my thing getting locked. But it's just so offensive dominant. Like I could see like 8 maybe defensive players going, and as little as 8 in the first round. And I don't know. Obviously, teams are going to feel the way they feel and do whatever they're going to do. So who knows? But there's just so much talent, specifically at wide receiver and the offensive line, that I just feel like teams are going to try to eat it up. Especially like offensive line, from what I'm reading and understanding, seems to drop off pretty heavily. Like it's super deep, but then once that like last kind of top tier guy goes, then it's a steep cliff after that. Right. And so I think a lot of teams are going to I think we're going to see a ton of tackles go in the first round.
Yeah, right there from 12 to 20.
Yeah.
And my beautiful gap.
I mean, that could be tackle alley. I know New Orleans probably needs a tackle in there. Oh, is this Roger Goodell? Are we just announcing the draft, or is this a pick? I haven't been paying attention. We've been absorbed having a conversation. How are you, audience? I guess this is a bad time to ask. AJ's working on some technical sides over there. So please soon leave us any questions or anything you have. And if the audio or anything like that is weird, or if the images or anything weird, leave that in the comments. We will get to it. We did this on the fly. Didn't even know I was going to be able to make it to Lawrence and get this done. So we're super excited to be here. But a lot of it was we just got set up at like 6:50 Central Time. So like bear with us a little.
We pretty much nailed it. For anyone who's wondering how close the call was, it was too close to call. But we beat Roger Goodell to the stage.
We did beat him.
And then you got, I think it's Eminem.
It is Eminem.
So that's awesome. He's the mayor of Detroit, which is pretty sweet gig.
He wins in a landslide if he runs, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, like he'd have to.
Yeah, I think it's pretty awesome. So I guess this is still hype, right? They're not.
Yeah, I think they're just hyping up Detroit at this point. Oh, and they got Jared Goff.
Jared, wow.
Oh, bringing out the Lions. Oh, newly paid Mr. St. Brown there.
Hell yeah. Oh, come on. Beautiful man. Should have been a Panther.
Should have been a Panther, yep.
Yeah. What do you think, AJ? How are you feeling, man?
Megatron, too. Barry. They're bringing Barry in, too. All the Detroit legends. Not as good as Jamal Charles, according to some people. But
where's Barry Sanders?
He just walked out. He's right there in the Barry Sanders jacket.
Oh, that's the one, yeah. I'm missing the audio. Okay. They're doing, yep, nailed it.
Yeah. Well, I guess we'd still have the Final Four and stuff, so I guess they'd be all right.
Listen, all right, yeah, we get it. You're a real Appleist if anyone's ever seen one.
All right, the clock has finally started.
Ooh, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes on the clock, and it would be so cool if the Bears just like dropped it right now, wouldn't it? Right. Just like, no, we knew this, but no, they're gonna let it tick down. Everybody knows that it's Caleb Williams that they're about to read, so I don't know why we're gonna have to wait 10 minutes, and fill you in on dead air. So.
You know, what do you want to know? What do you want to know? It's the Chicago Bears, baby. They got 2 picks in the top 10, so they got a lot of options.
Yep.
So I don't know. We think that they're probably taking Caleb. I think we can write that.
I have no audio
marker. You don't think they're doing it?
No, I have no audio on you.
Oh, have we not been able to hear Daniel this whole time?
Not this whole time.
Luckies.
All right. Well, so
I can hear me.
We will keep going here, but yeah. So the Bears, we're talking about. He was talking about kind of their team needs. They have 2 picks in the top 10. They have the first overall pick and the number 9 there. So it's pretty interesting. They've got some options where it's got to be quarterback number 1. And it feels like it would be an insane thing to happen if Caleb Williams was not the first name called. And then it seems like at the number 9 pick, they want to go receiver. Like we keep seeing mocks to receiver. I feel like they're an underrated team to trade back. They only have those 2 first. And yeah, they're two top 10 picks, and that's awesome. And they did rebuild their offense this offseason. But why not trade that number 9 back a little bit? Maybe get a second or a third to kind of move back. And then I still think I get why you want to go wide receiver there with that number 9 pick. Keenan Allen is older. He's on a 1-year deal. You want to surround Caleb Williams with the most talent of all time and like just have this number 1 overall pick go off without a hitch. But at the same time, if he doesn't have a line, which they were like 23rd or something, somewhere in that range, PFF pass blocking ranking last year, and if they haven't done anything to improve it, really, so I think they should still go an offensive lineman. This is just a tremendously deep offensive lineman class. So I think protecting Caleb Williams is paramount. And if you can do that, trade back a little bit, pick up a second, or maybe even a third, the wide receiver class is so deep in this draft that I feel like you could still find Caleb Williams help later in the draft if you trade back and use that 9 pick to kind of gain more capital.
Yeah, I mean, what you're saying, they only have 4 picks in the entire draft, right? They got the 2 first and a third, and then the next pick is a 4th. So it's kind of high picks, even though it's only 4. But definitely they could use some additions on more spots than just 4 places. You nailed it, man. They were the 23rd pass blocking,
okay,
24th on the run blocking. So
yeah,
they did bring in. They did a trade with Buffalo to bring in Bates. So
yeah, but
we're going to be good. Ryan Bates.
Yeah, but Ryan Bates position wasn't amazing last year. Like he was fine, And I don't. Obviously, I'm sitting here in a Packers hat and a Packers jersey. I don't want to seem like just a hater, but go ahead.
I mean, you can't really be a hater. Like this team shouldn't have the number 1 pick. They won 7 games, even though that was the last in the division.
Absolutely,
it was a competitive division, and to stay competitive, I mean, you got to do it all. So I really, honestly, I know that O-line sounds like a great thing to do, but I think if Atlanta does trade back, they are probably going to stay at 9 and take Dallas Turner right there, man. They could really
get another add that to Sweat, and that defense is stout. I mean, they have playmakers at every level. Honestly, the NFC North is getting scary and fun, but yeah, the Bears. I mean, if they do the right things here, they could really set their franchise up.
Yeah, man. I mean, so they had a fun offseason. We all know the big names, right? Keenan Allen is now joined the team. So that, to me, kind of puts a little bit of a lid on the wide receiver talk, especially with DJ Moore in there. They've got plenty of things going on. Now they bring in Swift in the running back room, so things are going pretty good.
Yeah.
They've got some other additions on defense. They added Kevin Bird, so that's pretty good additions. But they definitely need a little bit more help on the defensive side of the ball. They kind of cleaned house a little bit, And, as a run defensive unit, they were 29th PFF grade and 28th overall in the defense. So I don't know, man. I really think they could just go with defense in the top 10, start that conversation going.
I mean, they could, absolutely. And if they do that, I know Dallas Turner obviously would make a lot of sense, but a name that I think is heating up a lot is Byron Murphy.
Oh, yeah.
Defensive lineman, defensive tackle interior there. And I mean, Ryan Poles does seem like a guy who would like to build like just that angry line, and that would be really scary as well. So I mean, I could see them like kind of best defensive player available, because if Atlanta trades out of the 8th spot, are the Bears getting the like top defensive player on the board most likely?
Absolutely.
So they have their pick at defense, and everybody could use more help, and that defensive line would be really, really scary if they added in an impact rookie in the top 10 there.
Absolutely, man. I think it's definitely possible. Oh, the pick is
The
in.
pick is in.
The pick is in.
Hey, the pick is in. Apologies for the audio, everybody. It's been some time since I've done this. It took a second, but we're there, baby.
AJ, he's back.
Boom. Apologies for the apologies. This will not just be live streaming of apologies tonight.
Well, there will be some.
Sorry
I'm sure.
about that.
No,
Sorry.
it's okay. Hey, sorry, I didn't mean
Sorry.
to call you out on the apology thing.
And sorry about this can opening.
Nailed it.
You'll hear it.
What?
We're live,
That's a
baby.
twist off.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Was
Sorry
that
about the
first
twist
swear?
noise.
I think that was the first swear.
Oh, fuck, man. I usually win that race. Oh, well. We'll get them next time. Yeah, so Chicago, pretty boring. They're going to have to pick again in the top 10. And we're just going to have to find something to talk about at that time. Because,
I feel like the first pick is always the worst one to try to kill dead air on, because you have so much to talk about, then they still get 10 minutes, and
First
then
is
it's
the
still like the
worst.
pick's in now. The pick's in. Everybody on earth knows it's Caleb Williams, and we still gotta wait. We still gotta listen to.
it's a trade. They traded the first pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers for Justin Fields. Change their mind.
They're like,
FOMO.
actually, we're gonna back out of that deal. That was a bad call by us there.
Hell yeah. Well, I mean, what are you going to do? Oh, no, it's storming out, boys.
You guys knew, I was telling AJ about this, and the 4 listeners we have, it was 3 years before I heard thunder after moving to Oregon. Wild. Didn't hear
No.
thunder at all in Oregon.
That's made up. That can't be true.
Isn't it?
Just no storming, huh?
Just no storms out
All
there.
rain
And
no
there it is. The
flash.
pick is in, and it's Caleb Williams, just like we've been talking about. So we've got the quarterback out of USC, Caleb Williams, going. I mean, this kid just has absolutely elite arm talent, can make any throw on the field. He throws with touch. He throws with power. He can throw it deep. He can throw it short. He can throw it out just wherever you need him to, but he really excels at improvisation. I mean, you talked about it on our bracket finale episode, but the San Jose State play where he like gets the snap, fumbles the snap, runs into the running back, still throws an 80-yard touchdown to Taj Washington. But then it's not just that. He bounces around the pocket looking like Aaron Rodgers and throws a touchdown against Nevada. He just excels at like nothing ever gets past him. Like it doesn't matter what's going wrong with the play. He can always bounce back. You're never out of it. In 2022 against UCLA, he bounces up and to the left, and he's running kind of like to the left and still just lasers a ball about 50 yards, and then it just goes. Like he just knows how to make this offense work. And the RDR NFL comparison for him is Aaron Rodgers, and it's because of that playmaking ability that he has, but also because he just has an absurd touchdown to interception ratio, just like that was kind of Aaron Rodgers' bread and butter. 6.6 touchdowns to every interception for Caleb Williams in college. I don't like it. I don't want it to be true, but I do think the Bears got one here. I think
Y'all
they got
boned.
somebody.
It's trouble.
We'll see how it happens, but I mean, they got him the weapons. We already talked about it. They brought in Keenan Allen. They brought in Swift. They already had Kmet and DJ Moore. I still think the line is an issue. We'll see if they address it here. But man, Chicago seems like they have their QB for the next, or at least the foreseeable future.
Forever. Man, beautiful. You guys sweating?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous.
Hey, you're not
I'm a little
here.
nervous.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. That lady he just kissed, what's the over-under on how long they'll be together?
Oh goodness. I don't know. Yeah, was it his mother? Because then probably until she's dead, I would assume.
All right. When do you think the next? When do you think he stops calling her? Like year 3.
He stops calling his mom.
Yeah.
I think it took Aaron Rodgers until like year 10 or something, or like 8 or 9, something like that. So like, look for that if the comp remains true.
Yeah, that's funny. That's how we're grading these guys.
So we've got the Washington Commanders on the clock officially. What do you got for them, Daniel?
What don't I have for Washington Commanders? First of all, you got to start out by talking about a little bit of shakeup in the coaching room for the Washington football team. Dan Quinn's in the house now, guys, so that's pretty exciting. If you can't have Ben Johnson, you might as well get Quinn Johnson, as they're calling him in the facility. So I'm pretty pumped about Quinn Johnson and seeing what he can do after kicking some behind as the DC for the Cowboys. But, they've got plenty of picks. They've got 9 picks, including 5 day 2 picks. That's leading the whole draft. We know they need a quarterback, something fierce here. Offensive line is definitely an issue for them as well. They could use a cornerback and some edge as well. One of my favorite cornerbacks, Kendall Fuller, was playing with them for a long time, and he's no longer playing with them. I think he is in Miami now. So let me.
Miami.
Sorry. Oops. Yeah, Kendall Fuller's now in Miami.
What podcast are we listening to right now?
I know. Come on, dude. It's a good joke though. Let's see. They've also lost. It's just quite a bit of turnover. Kendall Fuller's out. They're missing their safeties as well. We know that Curtis Samuel's not around anymore, so that's a little bit of what's gone. But they've pulled in a lot of players, upwards of like 5 or 6 defensive guys coming in, including Bobby Wagner. He's getting a little bit older. Clelin Farrell is on the team now. So you got a little bit of spice going there. They're adding Nick Allegretti to the line, so that's a little bit of goodness coming in. And then obviously we know there's some skill position additions in the house. You got Austin Eckler is now a Commander, and then Zach Ertz came out of retirement for this, so that's big of him to join the Washington football team.
Help him out a little bit there.
Yeah, and then old favorite of the world, Olamide Zaccheaus, is now slated to be a starter here. I think maybe he'll quickly get replaced in this draft tomorrow, but whatever, you got to do what you got to do. But yeah, man, as far as like how they performed last year, there's a ton of space to make up. They allowed the most points in the NFL last year with 30 per game. So the average was around 22. So they're really pretty loose on that. But they did have some good things going on. Their sack ratio was high compared to the rest of the league. But they did kind of clean house a little bit on the defensive side. So they're going to need to bring in as much help as they can get. And offensively on the line, they were 12th overall graded, 15th on the pass rush, and 9th on the running. So that's actually a pretty solid unit, especially when you add Allegretti to that. It's going to be fairly decent for them. So I'm pumped, man. Fantasy-wise, I got to tell you, this is a team that could pretty much use all the positions.
The pick is in, by the way. Washington did not trade out at all. So we will see.
So highly likely, everyone thinks it's going to be Jaden Daniels. Of course, if you're following Daniels' mock draft, this is right where you would take Drake May. So I guess we can see if I start to deviate from reality pretty quick here. But my money's on me. Always bet on yourself. Never give up.
Good advice.
Never surrender.
Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon.
For every Trey Sermon,
like,
there's
he's
who's
already
that guy was right about?
You can't.
He's with the Colts now.
You can't.
It's coming. This year's the year.
You can't just draft people's players. You can't have other teams' players. We want Patrick Mahomes. That's who we want with our pick.
The pick is in. We can do that now. Someone should have told Chicago. But yeah, this is a team that last year started out with a cornerback in the first round, and then went for another DB in the second round. So hit the offensive line pretty hard and mostly defensive side of the ball. So obviously we're going to get a little rounding out with this pick here.
Yeah, we're about to
Coming
get
on
the
the
pick.
offensive
Roger
side.
Goodell is at the podium. And sorry if we're a little behind. Seems like we're always a little behind. I think we tried to fix that issue. And it is Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU, the new Washington Commander. And just right off the top, man, this kid has absolutely blazing speed and top-tier escapability for the quarterback position. I mean, he can just absolutely take any scramble to the house. He also can make any throw, though. He's not a one-track quarterback here. I mean, he can throw all over the field, lit it up with the weapons he had in LSU, ended up winning the Heisman in 2024. And our NFL comp for him is Robert Griffin III. So it's kind of ironic here that he's going to the Washington Commanders. Hopefully it doesn't turn out like RG3's career. But, I mean, we've just seen him, what he can do with premium talent. And there is talent with the Commanders. You got Terry McLaurin there. You got Jahan Dotson there. There are people that you got Austin Eckler, the new addition there. You've got people. Olamide, you already mentioned it. So you've got people that can help Jaden Daniels out. But please, defenses, do not think you are good at just trying to make Jaden Daniels run. Because if you let him sit, Arkansas did that, and he torched them this offseason. So you can't let him just sit and pick you apart because he'll do it. He loves to sit and pass. As good of a runner as he is, he will absolutely tear you apart. He had the touchdown throw to bring them back in the game against Arizona to Brian Thomas Jr. was absolutely one of my favorite throws I think I've seen from him this season. And I think he's going to be electric. The only worry about Jaden Daniels is if he gets hurt. And again, irony of the RG3 career, but
So does this mean whoever Washington takes in the fourth will be the Kirk Cousins?
if they take another
Pick him up.
quarterback in the fourth round, I will be drafting him in fantasy drafts. I promise you that. It's too close. But Jaden Daniels, I do think can be a superstar.
Oh yeah, I mean, and he put it all on the field for LSU, man. That was insane. Anyone who's watched any of these top 10 prospects has ran into, a couple of his teammates, especially we know Malik Neighbors' name going to be coming up pretty quick. So he can unlock an offense. Watched a ton of film on him and enjoyed every minute of it. If he can remain unbroken and not as fragile as he may appear, then I think we're going to be in good shape because man, he's a hell of a football player and took him a couple of years to really hit his stride. But if he can continue that momentum, he is going to an offense that and I said it with Chicago, like they literally shouldn't have had the number one pick, but Washington, pretty solid football team, just a little bit of pitfalls for them, and it didn't work out. But yeah, I'm excited.
In terms of fantasy, obviously, if Jaden Daniels hits, he's the upside player here.
Oh, yeah.
1,000
Terry
yards.
McLaurin's finally getting, you know what I mean? Like, everybody who's been waiting for Terry McLaurin to get unlocked, I think we're witnessing that.
Even Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson, let's not sleep on him. He was a first-round pick, exploded right off rip at scoring touchdowns in the red zone, and then just kind of fell off there. So hopefully Jaden Daniels can take the Commanders to the next level and kind of unlock a lot of this talent. I mean, they don't have Logan Thomas anymore, so he can't be unlocked. But all the talent we've been waiting to see, and maybe revive a little bit of old Austin Eckler's career after last season. And my oh my, the Patriots pick is already in, so no trade. No trade back for the New England Patriots.
Okay, here's where I win my $22. JJ McCarthy coming at me live. Obviously, they've got needs all over the place with their offensive line. They lost Trent Brown, and but they did get local hero KJ Osborne, so they're pretty much set now.
I fixed your robot sound.
Oh,
It made him quieter.
I was enjoying it.
Okay, how's this? Do I sound a little better now?
Sound great.
It'd have to be.
Okay. Well, chat, let me know. Danny, let me know if I sound a little better now. I think we tried to fix it here.
Oh,
That surprises me. I thought this was going to be one of the trade back candidates. So they are. It's Drake May, right?
Yeah, well, it's J.J. McCarthy. But, Drake May, still good at football. Got to do what you got to do. Thank you, Danny. I do sound great. Thanks, man. Nope. Can't hear him now. Uh-oh. Sir makes a lot over here on the ones and twos. Okay, all right. There's plenty to say about New England until their pick is officially live. But their O-line, pretty good run blocking, garbage at the pass blocking, could have been a quarterback thing. And as far as their defense, they were, about average, and I think they didn't make a lot of moves, so it should be pretty consistent. Obviously, they got Gerard Monero in there.
Head coach out of the Bill Belichick tree.
Out of the house, yeah. He just moved offices, so hopefully there's some strong continuity as far as the defense goes, it's always a pretty good squad right there. But as far as
we got Roger Goodell coming.
He's coming in.
Let's see if your J.J. McCarthy prediction is here.
100% going to be. But it's going to be an upgrade.
And it is. So the New England Patriots do not trade out of the top spot, and they take quarterback Drake May out of North Carolina. Man, this guy's got elite rushing ability, maybe underrated rushing ability compared to somebody like Jaden Daniels. He just is a bigger guy and can handle the more contact and is able to kind of disrupt and be able to move and kind of shed those blockers more than Jaden Daniels can. So it gets him a lot more free rushing room. But he also has an absolutely strong arm, and he excels at the big-time throws. So big-time throws are throws by PFF graded with excellent position, usually deep throws, usually with some pressure or some coverage there. And he is fantastic at that. He's had 80 big-time throws over the past 2 seasons, which is the highest of anybody in this class. A little more inconsistent than the rest of these guys in this class, but that is why our RDR NFL comp is Josh Allen, because Josh Allen had those same problems coming out of college, the inconsistency on the accuracy, but he had those traits that Drake May has, and that is exactly what the New England Patriots think they are getting and what they are trying to kind of reproduce with that. It's just once you get inside the 15-yard line, Drake May has a chance of running it in. I mean, in second OT against Appalachian State this year, he had a smooth little read option, and he just walks it in for the game-winning score. The thing is, it's just hard to stop because he has the arm to beat you. Like, poor Pittsburgh this offseason, he hit him with a sequence where it was like a fake rollout pass, runs it in. Then the next time, gets pressured, scrambles 30 yards. Next time, read option. Oh, it's well covered? Fine, I'll just stiff arm the defender and launch it into the back of the end zone and still score a touchdown on you anyway. He's super frustrating, and it's just hard to stop him. He was supposed to be having a down year this year. Obviously lost some of his weapons, lost Josh Downs. But nobody told the Minnesota Golden Gophers that, because he was dropping bomb after bomb after bomb on them this season. And before any of you Gopher fans come after me, I know he also threw 2 picks in that game, but his yards per attempt was over 10 yards. So that's what I'm saying. So get off me, son. But we've got a high value. We've got mini Josh Allen going up against Josh Allen in the AFC East now.
Oh, it's beautiful, man. It's going to be dangerous. Hopefully he can come through on that. I see you, Danny. Good comment. They're going to keep the chalk out. Arizona keeps the pick, baby, every time. But Drake May, dude, he's got a lot of work to do. I've got this highlighted as one of my 5 teams with the biggest holes as far as the skill position teams go. The wide receiver room is a little stanky. We're still talking about Juju Smith-Schuster after all these years. It's going to get a little bit ugly for them rolling out. I think Kendrick Bourne, and Demario Douglas, that's something else. The KJ Osborne, got to do what you got to do, but you're still limping on with Hunter Henry, and they had Austin Hooper, which kind of same of the old. Ramondre, baby, just needed a passing game. But now you got Antonio Gibson in here. I don't know. It's shaking up to be a weird one. I think it's cool. Drake May, it's going to probably be the best landing spot he could have asked for, I think. He looks happy.
I think he could have asked for Minnesota. That would have been a much better landing spot.
No.
Agreed.
You think so? Yeah, this is where it gets spicy, man. Minnesota coming up.
Danny asks, is Arizona picking or moving back?
I think they stay. I still think they stay. I think, especially if the noise about Minnesota being less interested in trading up as soon as Drake May is gone, I think Arizona stays. They've got 2 first-round picks, plenty of picks this year. I think they could, obviously acquire some more picks next year. But, I mean, you could also just take your top receiver off the board, even if it's not Marvin Harrison Jr. The pick is in, so they did stay. All right, so Arizona did stay. That makes sense to me.
Harrison Jr.
I think it's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr.
They got plenty of picks, man.
Yeah.
Just address the needs.
Address your biggest need. Give Kyler some weapons. Give him a number 1 target again. You tried to do it with Hollywood Brown, and that was okay. And then you had DeAndre Hopkins for a while, but then he's gone. You need a new number 1 target for Kyler Murray to feed, and you've got your pick of the litter right here.
And he's going in to learn from Michael Wilson. You couldn't ask for a better situation than that. So here we go.
I mean, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Everyone's saying they got to trade back. Their number 1 receiver is Michael Wilson, and their number 2 is Greg Dortch. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about? Or is it even Greg Dortch?
No, it's Chris Moore.
Chris Moore. I forgot. Greg Dortch isn't even there.
Dortch is still in the slot, man. He's still holding it down for these guys.
Oh, whatever.
They got Zach Pascal, man.
Zach Pascal.
That's a vet presence in that room right there. He was amazing in Indy in his time, but Trey McBride's the man, so don't give him too much competition.
Sick. That is sick.
But yeah, this team, I've got plenty to say about them, and they're picking again at 27. So I'm probably just gonna cool it on this.
Hold on to it.
Yeah,
Save it for later.
I mean,
I like it.
I would say the Chargers seem like the ideal candidate to trade back. So we'll see what happens.
I think that's where the trade back happens, if it happens, is the Chargers here. But let's see who Roger Goodell.
Who you picking,
It
Rod?
is Marvin Harrison Jr.,
Wow.
wide receiver out of Ohio State, the son of the living legend Marvin Harrison. This guy,
Buckeyes.
surprisingly, surprise, it seems like a Hall of Fame wide receiver has been training him since he was a kid, because he is just a route running savant. All the little nuance you need, all the little moves you need to make to get open, he already knows how to do that. He has outstanding body control, can just catch the ball from whatever angle it's at and still keep running forward, and it doesn't seem to affect him at all. But to me, his superpower is the fact that he just seems unaffected by contact. Whether that's people trying to chip him at the line, he'll slide by it. Whether that's people dragging themselves all over him while he's catching the ball, it doesn't seem to matter to him. Our NFL comp to him is AJ Green. And if you think that's not high enough, you're not high enough on AJ Green, because Marvin Harrison Jr. is just so fluid and smooth that I think he's bored people. I genuinely think that just people are like, oh, he's not as fun to watch. But it's just, he's incredible. Back-to-back plays against Maryland. He fakes a corner, hits the post, 55 yards. The ball's underthrown. He has to come back and find it, sits on it, catches it, still ducks out of the first defender that's coming out of him to break the tackle and move forward. Then the very next play, it's a little fake screen. Then he gets overthrown a bit when he's running up the sideline off the fake screen, does the classic Marvin Harrison cans catch, and just sidesteps 2 guys, makes it about 25 yards. I mean, just absolutely incredible. I think I personally have a glorious time watching Marvin Harrison Jr., and I think Kyler Murray got himself a true number 1. Maybe not somebody that goes for 250 yards some random game, but he's going to go for 8 catches, 130 yards, and a touchdown every single week.
Do you mind if I just take this opportunity to thank you, Christian, for having 2 1-1s and 2 fantasy
I did, yeah.
I know you'd love to watch him, and you still should. Just hope you don't play me.
That's fair.
The daggers are out. Yeah, no, after the whole Cliff Kingsbury thing, them staying here and making this pick kind of gives me a little bit of hope, a little bit of respect for the Cardinals. So we'll see how they do. Pretty excited to see what Jonathan Gannon can do in his second year. But obviously, yeah, you have your 1-1 in non-superflex and probably superflex formats. They're getting the players they need in the right places. So congratulations to them.
Congratulations, Arizona. And I agree with you, Paul. I do think he's the wide receiver 1 of this class. I do think maybe the gap isn't as high. I'm super high on Neighbors and Odunze, but I still think Marvin Harrison Jr. is the top tier wide receiver of this class. So I'm with you. And I agree. I think Arizona made the right call here. I think you can try and get more draft capital later if you really need to.
Heck yeah. Well, next up, we've got the Chargers.
The Chargers, yep.
Wow. And as I told my good friend AJ, friend of the pod, guest hosting on the pod tonight, Jim Harbaugh being at the Combine wearing that Chargers hat kind of freaked me out a little bit. Not because they're in the division, but just like having him back in the NFL.
It's kind of weird.
Just gave me the chills. And he brings Greg Roman back. Like, what are we doing? I love to see it. They've got holes everywhere. Mostly the holes in their foot from the crazy offseason. They just got a little wild. Cleaning out that roster. We've already talked a little bit about Keenan Allen. That was a big part of it. Mike Williams no longer on this team. Austin Eckler also gone. Oof. And then you got Eric Kendricks and Kenneth Murray. So a lot of pretty solid starters are no longer on the team. Brought in a little bit of help. You got Denzel Perryman's in the house now. But then J.K. Dobbins, I don't know, Will Disley, like what are we doing with that? So I'll take it, but they've got a lot of work to do, and trading back would help them reload a little bit. But as it stands, they've got 9 picks. You know, they've
3
got
minutes,
5, and they've got 2 of their day 2 picks. But wide receiver is a glaring need for this team. I mean, it's kind of hilarious. I bet they were really, really hoping Arizona would have traded out of that pick to give them the lineup for Harrison. But offensive line, cornerback, defensive line, they've got needs in the trenches and, you know, high-profile players, cornerback and wide receiver. So the only thing they've got going for them is Justin Herbert. So we'll see how that ends up playing out for them. Their offensive line was the worst run blocking in the league. Pretty decent pass blocking. The defense was middle of the pack. But they still got Derwin James, so anything's possible. I'm pretty excited about them. They had a decent showing, a lot of sacks. You know, the pass rush was pretty solid, and they were holding teams to pretty low scores, but they couldn't really get it done. When it was all said and done, it was the worst team in the AFC West, which is kind of a surprise for the Chargers. We expect them to outplay the Broncos and the Raiders every year, but they only got 5 games won. So I don't know. As far as the fantasy roster, it's day and night compared to what we were used to. So kind of some of the, I mean, Keenan Allen had been there forever, and now he's gone. So you got to look forward to Josh Palmer. I know you guys are huge fans of Josh Palmer. And then it's the Quentin Johnston. Like, here we go. You know, Quentin Johnston reloaded. Can he make that happen? Tight end is a huge need for this team. And if you were watching from the word go on this, I have them taking Brock Bowers here. So that's the Daniel Whitmore mock draft that hadn't been published yet, but you guys get it fresh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Some feedback would be great. But J.K. Dobbins, not really moving the needle for me. I know that you and I and a lot of people have talked about the Blake Corum option later on in the draft. So I don't know. It's getting a little bit funky.
Okay, so L.A. does not trade out either. The pick is in.
So it's Joe Alt, right?
So Joe Alt coming up. Now, it's got to be, I mean, it could be Brock Bowers, but I feel like if we're talking about replacing Keenan Allen, it's got to be Rome Odunze.
Yeah, I'd say Neighbors is probably more of a direct replacement with his abilities in the slot to replace Keenan Allen, but I don't think you can go wrong. I do, in my heart, believe that Odunze is going to get picked before Neighbors, and I could be wrong here in about a couple strides of a Roger Goodell, but
I mean, think about it though. J.J. McCarthy right here, and then around the 11th pick, Justin Herbert to Minnesota. Let's go.
Herbert to Minnesota.
I know,
Let's fucking go.
I forgot, my weird fantasy mock where Kyler Murray got traded to the Vikings. That didn't happen, though.
That did not happen.
Pick 11.
Well, at least not yet.
Not yet.
That'd be wild.
I guess, they still pick 11. Oh, trade. Keenan Allen to the Bears. Yeah, that blew my mind.
That was wild for a
don't
fourth.
know.
Yeah.
Like, what are you saying when you walk in there and just start sending off folks, and that's the way it's going to be. But let me do a little blast from the past while they're taking their time here, getting us the information. What did the Chargers do last year with their NFL draft picks? We know what they did in the first round with Quentin Johnson, and then they went Tuli.
Oh yeah. Tuli. I can't do it.
To Piloto, yeah, and he was pretty awesome coming out.
He
of
was
USC.
good. He was very good. I actually have.
Decent.
I had him in our IDP league at least.
The IDP league, man. Push the draft back, boys. I'm not ready. I've got too much going on. But yeah, they went defensive heavy. It was kind of a lackluster turnout. That Max Duggan pick just didn't pan out the way they wanted it to. But yeah, I think they got to go offense. They definitely have to go offense.
Well, we're about to find out.
Okay, here he is.
Blake Corum.
Raj Dog.
Oh my
Blake
Lord.
Corum. Remember, people's minds were blown by the Gibbs pick last year, you know? Like,
Hey, Christian always says, get your guy.
Get your guy.
get your guy,
Get your guy.
Jalen McMillan.
Wow. Okay,
All
so
right,
they do
Gus
not
Edwards to the
go
moon.
wide
Let's go.
receiver, and they decide instead to take Joe Alt, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, to protect Justin Herbert. And if you're going to try to protect your quarterback, this is the guy to do it. He's at a 90 overall PFF grade for the past 2 seasons. That's both run blocking and pass blocking, just overall. He's allowed 1 sack in the past 2 seasons, and he's just an absolutely supreme athlete for the position, and he's a powerful blocker. He's a signed, sealed, delivered starting left tackle, starting as soon as we get to the 2024 season, you know. His tape is almost boring to watch because he just does it. It's just him not letting anyone by him over and over and over again, no matter what they try to do. If they try to spin out, he just moves along super fast and smoothly and blocks them out. If they try to power him, he just holds them up, you know. At best, they get stopped. At worst, they get thrown to the ground, you know. He just has so much ability along the offensive line, and he has the speed and the athleticism to be able to kick out and run in front of blockers as well. So any type of like kind of sweeps or any kind of runs that you want to run to the outside, Joe Alt can absolutely be that guy for you and absolutely dominate the edge for you. So wow, Joe Alt to the Chargers, huh? No more sacks for Justin Herbert.
I'm telling you, man, no more sacks. It's going to be like a stack of flapjacks walking in there. But I got to tell you, I'm a waffles guy.
Okay, I was about to
Yeah,
say.
my wife cooks all the pancakes in the world because it's easier. But waffles are better, man. I need my syrup boats. I need all the butter. Give me a stick and a half. But I mean, it's a no contest to me. Obviously, waffles are more work, but sometimes you got to whip the egg whites to make it happen. But it's totally worth it. Totally worth it. And Joe Alt, like, let's remember, you know, NFL is not fantasy football. It's about time they pull their heads out of their keisters and make a solid pick. If you can't nail it down in the trenches, what are you doing?
Sean Slater.
That's true.
Does he kick out to right tackle, or does Joe Alt kick out to right tackle? I mean, I guess either way, having Sean Slater and Joe Alt as your 2 tackles, it doesn't matter.
You're not going to complain about
You're not
that.
going to be mad about that. I
Yeah,
guess.
you need to do it. I mean, you got to worry about
see
Chris
what the
Jones
lineup
in your world. Here we go. Yeah, power.
Wow.
That's nuts, dude.
So, yeah, I'm sure you
There
noticed.
you go. Whoa, they're fast. They are quick on our lads.
Oh, wow. They
They
are
already
quick
got
on
it.
our lads. So if you notice, we did not do NFL comps for anybody but skill position players. So sorry to disappoint. I do not deign myself a offensive line guru enough to compare them to anyone.
Don't sell yourself short, man. You're amazing.
I don't know about that, but
I do.
all right. So the Giants.
No, let's talk about how awesome you are, man. The Giants only have 6 picks. All right, so they're
The first
picking at
one's in.
6. Oh shit! All right, and they got 2 day 2 picks. They need a wide receiver so badly.
They do need a wide receiver.
Corner, safety, running back. You know, Saquon Barkley no longer wearing the jersey. It's kind of frightening to me to think about. But you know what? They brought in Devin Singletary, so they're probably going to have any worries at all. Pretty sure that's a Brian Dable thing back from the Buffalo days. So maybe he's got big plans for that to work out. But I'm not necessarily buying it. This team really made a lot of moves as far as the offseason. They brought in Jordan Phillips, Brian Burns. That's pretty big names on the defensive line. I think that they still need to replace Xavier McKinney. They brought in Jalen Mills, but he's a little older. Definitely brought in some O-line help, and we'll see how it can work out. I just don't know. I mean, Daniel Jones, I was never really buying into it that much, and I hate to be right when that means someone else isn't doing very well, but he's struggling in a big way. And I don't know how many chances you give the guy, but they're potentially interested in giving him unlimited chances. I'm kind of happy, though, that J.J. McCarthy has not been picked yet. It makes me feel like the world is still normal and that people's imaginations do run a little bit wild.
They do tend to run wild, especially during draft season, for sure.
For sure.
But all right, so we got the Giants selection coming up. Roger Goodell, who we going? Malik Neighbors. So they do
Holy shit.
address the wide receiver position, and they give Daniel Jones explosive playmaking ability in Malik Neighbors. Just an unreal athlete. So fast. Incredible acceleration and change of direction. I've heard him compared to Antonio Brown for that. Not where we went with our RDR NFL comp. We went with Jamar Chase because of that explosion and because of that playmaking ability. He had 30 missed tackles forced in 2023, just making people miss all the time. I think all three of these top three receivers have superpowers. I already told you Marvin Harrison's. Malik Neighbors is his elite yak explosive playmaking ability. I've already talked about it. He takes a 15-yard out against Florida, makes people miss, goes 30 yards, and makes three defenders push you out of bounds. Like, he still doesn't even go down because he's so feisty fighting for extra yardage. That's the type of player that the New York Giants are getting, and somebody that Daniel Jones can just hand the ball to if he needs to. He doesn't even need to throw it to him because Malik Neighbors can get it done. He's so explosive, had top end speed that matches it, and he can absolutely eat up yardage in an instant. No matter where he touches the ball, he's a threat to score. You can hit him with the jet sweeps, you can hit him with the reverse, you can hit him with the deep pass, you can hit him with the short pass. It doesn't matter. Malik Neighbors can take it to the house, and that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give this offense some juice, and they've got some juice. I don't know if they have a guy that can squeeze that juice yet for it, but they do have some juice now.
Yeah, they've got all the juice they could ever need. They're going to need a mop in that locker room. This guy is off the charts, dude. Malik Neighbors just blew up. They just said he's got the school record for receiving yards for LSU. That's incredible. I wouldn't have bet on that. But
I would not have either.
Everything you said, man. He's got the blend of the thing I loved about him the most was that when I watched him, he played the slot and played outside as like two completely different guys. So the ability to have that command of two separate skill sets and just be top level at both makes him unlimited. I don't really think I see much of an opportunity in the slot for him, just given that maybe we'll see a Wan'Dale Robinson healthy. But this guy, I don't know if he's lighting up across the way from Darius Slayton or not, but it's got a ton of potential. Man, this draft is going exactly like everyone in the world predicted, baby.
Towards that.
Okay, all right. We're doing it? Mm-hmm. You found it? You found the solution?
All right, so it looks like we're going to be sharing a mic here for a bit.
Yeah, that's no problem. Like, you can yeah, I'll slide over, man. We're going to make this work.
Nah, you're talking to it. I got to look something up.
Yeah, absolutely. You got it. Okay, I will keep on talking. So we got Tennessee up next. This is a big change. We've got Brian Callahan in the house, Cincinnati offensive coordinator. So hopefully he can continue the magic he had up in Burrowland. They did a lot of activity this offseason that I think is going to work out for them. Let's see what we got for these folk. I don't know. I guess, yeah. Will Levis, is he the guy? Or we got maybe J.J. McCarthy come in? No.
Ooh.
J.J. McCarthy is the Will Levis of this draft, apparently. So I guess we'll see him in round 2. But, yeah, they've got 7 picks, pretty standard. Only one day 2 pick. They need some offensive line help, D-line help, a little help from the edge, and wide receiver, which is kind of a question mark for me. I don't really know if wide receiver's that big of a need for them, because they did make some pretty sweet additions there with Calvin Ridley. But, you know, they lost Chris Moore, so
They did lose Chris Moore, yeah.
What are you going to do on that? And Derrick Henry's out of there. What do you think? What do we got? Tony Pollard's replacing him. I don't really think that's going to work out too well.
Tajay Spears is there, though.
That's right, the man himself. But they got L'Jarius Sneed, and they got Awuzie's in the house now, and Sebastian Joseph Day. I mean, Lloyd Cushenberry's on the line. Like, they've done a lot of healthy things. They brought in Kenneth Murray. I really do think that the Titans have put themselves in a place to succeed. The real question is, can Will Levis make that happen on the next level? Because now with Calvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, I really do think, hopefully no fantasy football friends of mine are watching, but I really do think that Treylon Burks is going to have a huge resurgence with the ability to play in the slot this year. Chig, we'll see. I don't know if that's ever going to materialize the way we were all hoping for him at the tight end position, because the opportunities aren't going to be there, if you ask me, with the wide receiver room that they're running here. But yeah, for them, I don't even know. I mean, they would have really liked it if Joe Alt fell to them. This could be the moment of the pick is in, so it's not a trade.
No, I thought the same thing too, and I didn't want to interrupt you because I thought you were doing an excellent job. But I would say that normally I think the Joe Alt pick would have made the Titans trade back, but okay, now it sounds good. Okay,
Awesome.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
About it, yeah.
Okay, I think because this tackle class is so deep, I think it's still going to be a tackle. I think it's going to be Olu Fasano or potentially Talisi Fuga. I destroyed Fuaga. I destroyed that name. I'm so far sorry. So I do think this is still going to be a tackle. I do think taking Joe all messed with the Titans and their plan and what they decided they wanted to do, but maybe not that much because they probably just pivoted to their second guy. I think they're going to be disappointed they didn't get Joe Alt, but I think the second guy is not that far back. They're kind of like the 3 receivers in this draft. You had 3 tackles that were just kind of top tier, signed, sealed, delivered prospects from the top, and we could absolutely see one of those guys going off the board here.
All right, we'll see how it goes. I mean, we all saw what happened last year when they took Peter Skoranek at number 11. So let's see, Skoronsky, that's the one. So maybe take O-line top 12 every year, and you'll get it worked out. No big deal.
But they need to. I mean, if they're going to try to rely on Levis, and like you said, they added a decent amount of weapons to him, maybe some older weapons, and then if Treylon Burks, he is a first-round pick, lest we forget. So if he does manage to kind of break out from there, then the best way to set Will Levis up now is give him some blocking, give him a tackle, and then maybe take a wide receiver in the second round. They have a second-round pick, yes?
I don't think they do.
Oh, they don't?
No, they do. They've got
Okay.
38, but they don't have a third-round pick. So
Okay, so yeah, you can take another receiver at 38 to give Will Levis another weapon. You got to protect him here, though, because he's not going to do anything for you if he can't stand up.
It just breaks my heart, though, because last year in 2023, they literally spent every single pick on the offensive side of the ball. And then you look at the grade, 29th on the defense. They only had 14 turnovers. That was lowest in the league. Well, second lowest in the league. They weren't generating a ton of sacks. They're allowing, right at the average as far as points per game, right at 21.5. But they were scoring under average, so maybe if they can get that scoring up, then they can make it happen. So I'm pretty excited about them. I do think Oh, here it goes.
Here
All
it
right,
is.
good.
Roger is here. He's
Okay.
in the house.
I would not be mad if they if they broke the defensive the bubble on this and branched out, but I bet you're right. Offensive line seems like a smart move. Okay.
Wow,
there you
it
go.
was offensive line, but it was
JC.
not one of the three guys I was talking about. It was J.C. Latham, so maybe I should have put some more respect on Mr. Latham's name. He plays with NFL caliber techniques already, man, and he has just a massive size, 6'6", 342 pounds he weighed in at the combine.
Good Lord.
Massive human being, and he has the power combination at right tackle to just be able to clear the way for you in the running game and the passing game. He's only allowed 2 sacks in 3 seasons. He just has such a powerful base. Like you can't really knock him around or move him, so power's not going to work, but he's surprisingly athletic for that size. The size just gives him that ability to and to just sit back on people and just, nope, I'm holding you. You're not going anywhere. Just deal with it. He also uses power to just reach out and punch people and kind of like stop their momentum like that. And his 35 inches arms are the longest of the offensive line in this class. So that helps him with that ability to just reach out and just smack people as soon as they're coming in, as soon as they break their momentum and kind of take control of the defender. So, I mean, I thought it was going to be somebody else, but they do draft offensive line, so they do help out. He did play right tackle in college, so I wonder if they're going to switch him over. He's got the size to be able to play left tackle. I don't think that's going to be an issue. And so clearly, neither does the Tennessee Titans. So, wow. J.C. Latham up at the 7 spot. Man, the Bears are going to get Romo Dunze, aren't they?
Nope.
No?
Nope. Yeah, the Falcons have to bring us our first trade of the draft. Like, there's too much going on.
I said there were going to be so many
This
trades,
big.
and there were 0.
Hey, what are you gonna do, man? You got to measure my arms after this. I'm almost 6'6", pretty much 340.
I mean,
and I could,
hey, man.
maybe I should call the Titans. I'm not 21 anymore, but I'm very athletic for my size. So there's a lot of potential for me in this draft. We'll see what happens. Maybe they'll call my number. But Atlanta, dude, what are you going to talk about? Kirk Cousins. Don't answer your phone too soon. Apparently, it could be a problem. But from a fantasy standpoint, this team is completely loaded. You're talking Kyle Pitts, you're talking Drake London, Bijan Robinson. I've heard of them. Tyler Algier. I mean, what else could you want from a running back room? They bring in Darnell Mooning and Rondell Moore. Things are getting pretty lit, as the kids are saying. So as far as like fantasy needs, I've got them tied for second lowest with Green Bay, only behind Houston. So as far as general fantasy needs, so we're really going to have to go somewhere else with this. I think obviously this is a great place to get it. Turner off the board, get the edge. You're going to need that. They've got 8 picks. There's 3 day 2 picks, including 2 third-round picks. Which is pretty solid for them. That's definitely going to come in handy. Let's see. A little bit of movement. They didn't really lose anybody too crazy. They got Jeff Okuda's gone, and then Johnny Smith is with Miami now, and then Van Jefferson gonna have to hold out. Danny, that's someone to look forward to in Pittsburgh.
Van Jefferson.
That love is real. The love is real. The only thing they added were skill position guys that we already covered, so
nice.
It's a pretty stable unit. We know a thing or two about what's going on. Arthur Smith is no longer in the hizzy, man. They got Raheem Morris, and that's going to be pretty solid for them. Obviously, he's coming out of Los Angeles with the Rams defensive coordinator, so maybe he can make some magic happen on the defensive side of the ball. I got a lot of faith in him. When you're looking at Atlanta, they had the second best run defense last year, even though they had the worst general PFF graded defense, which make that happen. The math doesn't work out. But like I said, they weren't really adding too much to this unit. The turnover number was low, so maybe some love in the secondary might not hurt. This is a team that definitely could use some defensive help, especially cornerback help. Oh, hey, you sound awesome, man. You can jump in anytime, man. Is this where J.J. McCarthy, that trade comes in? I mean...
No, the pick's
the
already
pick is
in. I didn't want you were on a flow.
in.
I didn't want to interrupt you, but yeah, the pick is in.
I officially had stuff to talk about with the Falcons.
Well, good. Not good, but I did want to, real quick, AJ, do we have any comments that we missed? I haven't seen it yet.
Oh yeah, so sorry about that, boys. Ryan was missing his government ID.
No, you're okay. I mean, that's important. You gotta get that government.
No,
ID.
we did find it. We found it. But yeah, Joshua Palmer to the moon, which I agree. Let's effing go.
No wide receiver to the.
R.I.P. Justin Herbert. No big deal.
I'm with you, Paul.
Yeah.
I agree with Paul. The landing spot was my least favorite for Neighbors.
A player to go to the Giants,
but talent should be.
No offense, Bree.
Do they not just have like 3 of the same receivers? You guys cover that?
Yeah.
It's like Jalen Hyatt, Malik Neighbors, and Wandale Robinson.
Pretty much.
Yeah, but Malik Neighbors is like the top tier version of any of that.
If anything, I'm actually.
Oh my word! Holy fucking shit! Okay, all right. So the Atlanta Falcons go up and they take quarterback Michael Penix Jr. Out of Washington. My goodness! So they were not settled with just the Kirk Cousins. You know what's crazier? The RDR comp for Michael Penix Jr. Kirk Cousins, boys and girls. So apparently Atlanta liked his sauce too. This guy is an absolutely incredible pocket passer. He can sit back there and deliver it to any section of the field, deep, short, out, wherever. He's got such a strong arm. He can fire these out routes and just fire it past defenders all the time. He's so fun to watch. He can't move as much as some of the other guys in this class, and that's a pretty big deal in today's NFL. But if you give him time and you give him protection, he can sling it all over the field, and he has the weapons now down in Atlanta to be able to sling it everywhere. You got Drake London, you got Bijan Robinson, you got Kyle Pitts, you got all these guys, and man, he can just attack any part of the field. It's so fun what he can do. The touchdown against Cal to Jalen Polk in the right corner of the end zone was an absolute beautiful pass. He also always seems to hit receivers in stride, give them the ability to keep running. The last thing I'll say on him, the Odunze touchdown throw against Oregon State was just an incredible throw. He fires the ball to the left side of the end zone and it just fires it straight past the defender right into Rome Odunze's hands. And wowie. So the Falcons are getting ready and they are preparing for the future. Tons of guaranteed to Kirk Cousins. Be damned. We're going to pull the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love method with Michael Penix Jr.
Yeah, I guess we know a few things about Kirk Cousins' injury recovery status all of a sudden. just a guess. Also, we found out a lot about Raheem Morris's gambling problem. He's totally loaded now.
Yeah.
Betting the under on Penix.
He did say the first thing they needed to fix was the quarterback. And so he said, I'm not taking chances. I'm not taking chances on Kirk Cousins not working out.
Oh my God, you can't triple stamp a double.
Oh, and the Bears don't trade out either, so the pick is in here.
This is Rome, right?
Yeah.
I hope not.
Forget the Bears, by the way. This is some capital BS.
I hope it's not Rome.
We need like some carnival music.
I hope I'm not.
What happened? Let's still look. This guy has had 2 torn ACLs, and those were separate knees. Injuries to both shoulders, separate shoulders.
That arm, though.
Oh, it's so great. I mean, he made Rome.
Good for Michael Penix Jr.
I guess. I mean, that's phenomenal for him, and I guess we're shaking up.
Wow.
Some super flex drafts real quick.
I
mean, let's talk about it.
Crazy.
Fantasy wise, in a super flex with those weapons, is he the quarterback 2 now?
Oh man, can you afford to wait on him?
I'm just saying, like Jaden Daniels, of course, has the rushing upside, but he definitely is passing Drake May just out of the box.
Yeah, Drake May has one of the worst it's one of the worst like kind of rosters around him right now, and he's going to have to carry that entire team. Where Michael Penix Jr. doesn't have to do that. You know, he just needs to distribute to these ridiculous weapons that he has.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it all laid out. He knows what not to do. So, thank you, Desmond Ridder, for nailing that. My goodness. You know what? Just, let's
If
take
the
a
Bear-
lap. Maybe they didn't watch the college football championship game. Maybe they missed it.
Oof.
My goodness.
Okay, well, here it goes. We're
Okay,
about to
yeah.
find out if
I
the
don't-
Bears agree with me and are going to take an offensive lineman, or they're going to crush my soul and take one of my favorite players in the
It's
draft.
gonna be Rome.
It's got to be Rome.
Come on now. Don't do that to me.
Sicily? No, Rome. Got it.
Fuck! I could read his lips. Yep, it was Rome Odunze. I hate it so very much, but honestly, the Bears, oh man, they just got a good one. Rome, you guys know how much I love Rome Odunze? I was watching his tape, and I got so hyped, I forgot I was supposed to be taking notes. And just started watching him. And so I had to go back and watch everything I just watched. But he is absolutely incredible, man. Fantastic hands, goes out and grabs everything, doesn't let it come to his body. Absolutely outstanding and versatile route running. I think it's a really important part. He can move all over the field. 21 out of 28 contested catches this season. Just
75%.
so fucking good. 75%, like you're saying. Our RDR NFL comp is Devontae Adams. The only thing is he's faster. He ran a faster 40 time. The other comp would have been Keenan Allen, so now he's going to go hang out with Keenan Allen in Chicago.
This is nuts.
This is insane to me. His nasty routes are just going to get so much better learning from those guys and being able to not even need to be the number one guy now going into Chicago. The touchdown score, I already said Oregon State in the post was beautiful. So I don't need to go back over that. But I think he's going to go in and step one, come in and be a red zone threat. Like, that is what he's so good at. His back shoulder catch is his superpower. The back shoulder catch in the end zone, scoring touchdowns. That's why my comp was Devontae Adams, actually, is his elite red zone ability. Goes up and gets the ball and can beat everyone in just one move. He doesn't need a lot to beat anybody. And, man, this sucks.
Absolutely.
For me,
sucks.
it's great for Chicago.
Gotta tell ya. Rome
Oh!
Odunze.
Bad for. Oh,
Minnesota trades up to the 10 spot. From 11? Or did they trade up from 23?
oh.
Jesus.
Did they trade up from 23 and are going back to back here?
You want it? We're the Jets. You want it? You need to take
No,
it.
they traded 11 because next are the Jets. So yeah, I don't know what you gave up to move one spot to take who the Jets.
I don't. You know.
Who were the
what?
Jets going to take that you needed?
They were gonna trade with a different team.
Quarterback?
They must have traded with
Denver
God,
Denver or
Boys, I'm on
Las
record saying
Vegas.
if we draft J.J. McCarthy, I'm killing myself.
Oh, no.
This is gonna be,
Oh no,
this is
no,
This stream's about to go viral.
I mean, if it's on the record, I mean, you can't. Back
I mean, you
out.
can't back out. You got to be a man of your word.
Yeah. Show us the knife. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
my
just saying,
word.
we're people of our word around here. Integrity is a thing.
All you
so.
are is your word. You know, at the end of the day.
Real mixed vibes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man. Okay, Bears. Okay, I see you. It's also funny though because it's like, oh, Justin Fields, you were terrible. Your number one receiver is Darnell Mooney, and then, oh, but
Yeah,
when we get
yeah.
Caleb Williams, let's get DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. Yeah, let's do that.
They definitely sharpen their middle
What do we got
fingers.
here?
Oh, just a sixth. Oh no, you gave up a fourth and a fifth to move up one spot and get a sixth.
That's okay. I mean, it's okay. Obviously, someone else was calling the Jets. Oh, nice Jets logo.
Oh, they changed it.
Yeah, that's sexy.
Yeah, they did.
I would like to think people look at it and say, who are the Ets, you know? Like, who are the sets?
Who are the?
But, all right, what are you going to do? Minnesota, we already know. We can talk about him a little bit. Obviously, we brought up KJ Osborne's gone. Kirk Cousins is gone. A lot of gone. Daniil's gone. Marcus Davenport gone.
Ooh, Daniil being gone. That's sneaky. Dallas Turner here.
Alexander Madison.
Jordan Hicks is gone. But they did get Van Ginkel in. That's pretty awesome. I also like the Jonathan Grenard ad. I think you're all right. Jerry Tillery, I think, is an underrated ad. Obviously, you got Sam Darnold, so you don't need a quarterback at this
Sam
spot.
Darnold.
But, Aaron Jones, I mean, come on, guys. Let's talk about Aaron Jones.
I guess
How heartbroken are you?
it was tough. It was tough.
I gotta keep pointing the opposite way to point.
It was a tough, I think the last few years of basically everyone on that team leaving kind of prepared me for the eventuality that Aaron Jones would be gone. But it did suck that he was going to the Vikings. But that was also something I told Danny on the phone the day we cut Aaron Jones that he's probably going to the Vikings. That just seemed like a Vikings move.
That's what.
I mean,
what
it takes
you
two
do.
to tango.
I mean, at this point, like, you should get like a no trade to your former team or your
A
rival
clause
team
you can't
clause.
go in the NFC North. I think that was. I could be making this up, but I think that was part of the trade when we traded Brett Favre to the Jets. Is that they couldn't then trade him to anybody in the NFC North.
You know, it's weird.
But
it's
I could be making
I
that
feel
up.
like no one goes from the Vikings to the Packers. I'm just saying.
I mean,
But just you.
I don't know.
I'm just
We
saying.
ain't about no sloppy second.
Good
Oh, damn,
turnaround. Way to
dude.
turn that around on me.
Your glove is broken in. You're welcome, the Green Bay Packers. What are we packing? Don't worry about it. Let's see. Yeah, Minnesota, what are you going to do? What are you going to say? I already talked about them enough. They're coming up again later. They've got 9 picks, 0. Big 0 on the day 2 picks. 2 in the first round, though. It's kind of nice. We'll see what they do.
Wait, so they have 2 in the first, but none in the second or third,
Or
That's
fourth
true.
and fifth now.
or fourth and fifth now.
So they have 2 4th-round picks, and now they lost one, and they had 2 5th-round
Okay,
picks,
so
and
they still have a
lost
fourth. And
one.
fifth. Well, then that's not as big a deal.
So a 4th, a 5th, 2 6th, and 2 7th remaining after the 23rd pick, which could easily be traded back. I mean, especially you got a lot of wide receivers. We know that people are going to be wanting to trade up. That 23 spot actually looks pretty savory, depending on how they go here. I got them needing offensive line help, defensive line help, and a little bit of help in the secondary, the cornerbacks.
Absolutely.
So we'll see what they end up doing. We can tell you from memory what they did last year. I love the Jordan Addison pick a little bit more than the rest of everybody, but they also added Mekhi
excuse me?
Blackman.
Excuse me?
Okay, whatever, dude. Bolitnikoff winners, you know what they are. You had to come around. You weren't sold day one. How do you feel about Jay Ward? 4th-round safety.
No Josh Metellus, but I'll take him.
Yeah,
Can't
yeah.
bind him.
Can't
We
bind
got
him.
that.
Can't
Harrison
bind him,
Smith's
yeah.
still out there.
What about Dwayne McBride, 7th-round
Oof.
running back? How do you
Third string,
you love
Dwayne
that?
McBride.
Do you think
Rest in peace.
Jaron Hall is a lock to
He's
make
not
the
dead, guys.
roster?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
I think him and Kellen
You
Mond.
you stole my material, ESPN. Come on, I said that Marcus Davenport stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see. How'd you guys do last year? Wins, 7 wins. That's almost as good as exactly what the Bears did. How do you feel about that? Locked to lose the division, or
Honestly, yeah. I'm really. I feel like we are kind of getting left in the dust here. Especially. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. It feels like this has got to be JJ McCarthy.
I think it's probably.
Well, I mean,
But I mean,
unless they just
sillier
weren't
shit has
sold.
happened in
Penix
Atlanta.
going over
But
it. I don't know, man. Honestly wouldn't be surprised if this is Bo Nix either.
Really,
Okay. Yeah, because we don't know shit about shit. You know what I mean?
man.
We don't know.
If
S
Bo
about
Nix
S.
goes, I got to reevaluate how
I like
watch
Bo Nix, man.
I think Bo Nix is fine, but he is terrible after the second read, which just is you can't do that in the NFL.
If your first read is Justin Jefferson, I think you're fine.
And your
That's fair.
second read's Jordan Addison.
Yeah.
And your third read.
Yeah, but he forgets how to throw on his second
Wait,
read.
let me
It's not
do
even
a little research.
like
Trent Sherfield,
Okay,
baby.
here
Trent
we go, here we
Sherfield.
go.
Better not be messing with my TJ Hawkinson shares.
oh goodness.
Yeah. There's a lot at stake here. I think JJ could make a Hawkinson elite.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see
So
what he
this
goes.
is JJ McCarthy. Who's got a more punchable face, JJ or Sam Darnold?
Dude, that is a tie. That is a tie.
tough.
That is a tie. That's like the same face. I'm double. Somebody, I'm running him over with a shopping cart in the parking lot. That's 100% a fact. Come at my checkers and I will roll you.
All right.
Oh God.
Is he reading? He's like reading. You don't have to read, Roger. You should have this down. What have you been doing the last 2 months?
Okay, just tell me. Oh God.
No. All right.
All right.
When's the last time you guys had a can of Bush's baked beans? I mean, roll that beautiful bean footage. What are we doing here? Duke! Is Duke still alive? You think the original?
It is the QB of the future for the Minnesota Vikings. It is J.J. McCarthy, quarterback out of Michigan. I'm a fan of J.J. McCarthy personally. He has a winning pedigree, 27-1 in college. I think he's underrated for his ability to throw on the run. He has a really, really strong ability to avoid pressure and deliver the ball on the move wherever it needs to go. He did it against Michigan State to Roman Wilson. A beautiful step up to the right and throw it in the end zone. He did it to the left against Nebraska, and it was again Roman Wilson. Welcome back to the Roman Wilson podcast.
We never left.
And he did it to the right against Indiana, and he directed traffic to the tight end to do it. Literally told him to run up, drops it over top of him, 50-yard touchdown. He's constantly looking to hit the best throw, not the most wow throw, which I think is an important distinction. He's always doing what's best for the team, in my opinion, constantly looking to set the team up and hit who is open and what the play dictates. He has an underrated ability due to the stacked team at Michigan. He didn't have to pass very often, so everyone uses that as a slight on him. But I actually, whenever they needed him to pass, especially when the game was on the line, he delivered. And now he's going to get to throw to TJ Hawkinson, Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, Aaron Jones out of the backfield. He's set up way phenomenally better than Drake May, in my opinion. And of the two, I would take JJ McCarthy big time in fantasy as we're sitting right now.
Is he going to gritty when he runs in his first touchdown? That's what I want to know. Is he going to rock the chain?
If he doesn't, I feel like that means Justin Jefferson doesn't like him, and I won't be into it. Like, if he's not allowed to gritty.
JJ needs JJ.
JJ to JJ. Besides, how are you going to hate on JJ to JJ?
I'm already buying JJ. www.jj squared.
JJ squared.
JJ squared.
Let's go. I like it. I like it. Okay, so the pick for the Jets is in. Dan, you want to hit us with the needs for the Jets? I gotta hit the bathroom real fast.
Gotta hit the head. Okay, well, their biggest need is tight end, if that tells you anything. And we're going chalk, except for a little bit of weird stuff with a Michael Penix Jr.
Hey, everybody, Christian here. What were you saying, Dan? Go ahead.
I was just telling you that they got 7 picks. They only have one day 2 pick. They lost a second in the Aaron Rodgers trade, went to the Packers. So there's that. The needs are safety, tight end, and then they're saying offensive line and wide receiver. I don't really know if I believe that. The thing with them and the O-line in particular, they added John Simpson, pretty good, and then Tyron Smith as well as Morgan Moses. So they're adding a lot of power to the Elijah Vera Tucker level offensive line action they already had. Obviously, Zach Wilson's gone. That's fine. Mike Williams is on this team, man. You can't,
I like that.
Can't knock that. Hassan Reddick and Javon Kinlaw, like they've had an off season and it's going good. You don't like to lose Bryce Huff, but shit happens. You got to do what you got to do. The offensive line was one of the worst in the league. But the defense was amazing. We all remember how proud they were of their defense. They only allowed 15.8 points per game, which is a whole 6 points under the league average, which I think is pretty damn impressive. And you didn't ask me, but I'm going to tell you anyway. Obviously, Aaron Rodgers has to come back and be Aaron Rodgers. Breece Hall, we know. Sorry, Danny. You got me. I got you. We got each other. It's too bad. James Conner's going to be RB1 this year. Oof. Looking forward to it. But yeah, Breece Hall is dynamite. Paul, I'm still willing to trade you for him. Just let me know. I got 3 firsts now. I'm ready to rock. Garrett Wilson, though, and Mike Williams is feeling pretty good. I feel like we're going to see another addition. They need to upgrade the slot, and this is the draft to do that. We're drowning in slots on this one. And, yeah, Tyler Conklin could definitely be kicked back behind.
Okay, so the Jets pick is in, and it is not Mr. Bowers. It is
Conklin lives
protection
another day.
for Aaron Rodgers, actually, which does make
How?
sense. They brought in 2 over 30-year-old tackles with injury history. They want to shore up that offensive line, make sure this doesn't happen again. So they go out and they get Olu Fasanu out of Penn State. Super, super fast and explosive across the line. Smooth movements through blocking. That's what's super fun to watch about him. Is he's kind of just... You guys know how I describe Nick Chubb, and he just kind of looks like he's surfing through when he's running. This is what Olu Fasanu does, but it does it across the line. So fun. 0 sacks allowed as a starter for the past 3 seasons. Just fluid motion, never feels out of place, this man, and just completely erases people from the game. So this is a guy, they are investing in the protection for Aaron Rodgers, and I actually think it's a really smart move because this all falls apart
Bad call.
If the offensive line falls apart for Aaron Rodgers, and it could have happened very easily. I mean, they brought in Tyron Smith, who has been littered with injury history and is one of the best offensive linemen in the league when he's healthy.
Yeah.
But if he's not, then this whole plan falls apart.
Yeah. I was just praising them for getting a little veteran help. Morgan Moses and John Simpson also added to that line with Elijah Vera Tucker, as we know. So looking forward to them taking a tight end here, but that is not how it went.
Not how it goes.
And, you leave the door open for the Raiders and the Broncos to fight over Bo Nix. So I think we all knew that they
Or fight over Brock Bowers.
Oh.
Both those teams need a tight end.
Nah, I don't know, man. Don't be giving up on Michael Mayer quite.
That's
yet.
fair. Michael Mayer, fair. But the Broncos...
Well, yeah, the Broncos could 100%.
But they could also use a quarterback because they were rocking the worst quarterback room I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, Jared Stidham and Ben DiNucci.
Zach Wilson.
And Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah, and Zach Wilson.
Zach
Sorry,
Wilson.
yeah,
How could you forget?
I did a portion of this research before yesterday, but they can't be shitting on my man Greg Dortch.
Oh, there's
Gotta
where
keep-
Greg George went.
Keep the Dortch alive, keep the Dortch burning. But they added Adam Troutman, so who even knows, man?
Wow.
You got Cortland Sutton's and then obviously Josh Reynolds. And I really think, honestly, I know we make a lot of jokes around here, but I think Marvin Mims is a guy, if you can go get him right now, I think he's looking pretty sharp, especially once you get Bo Nix right here. But man, they got needs all over the world as far as Denver, especially in the fantasy world. They are one of the only teams that I think needs help at every position. Sorry, Javonte, you came, you saw, you faltered.
Man,
But,
what an RDR. That was like one of the first RDR crushes.
Oh yeah, that was a big timer for us. But yeah, the needs are out of this world. The D line could use some help. And yeah, we still haven't had a defensive player off the board, have we?
No.
Yeah,
We have not.
This is wild.
12 picks in. No defense.
Man.
I said maybe 8 go. That might have been generous.
We'll get to 8. There's some good stuff in there.
Let's see. Let's get a counter. Over under 8. Let's do over under 7.5. Defensive players.
From now?
From now.
Over.
I was going to say wins pick 23.
No, 7.5. Actually, dude, I don't even know. I mean, we've cleaned out here. I assume that we're cleaning out all the quarterbacks at this point. Then you leave the door open to 4 or 5 wideouts. So that puts us at 17.
Still got a ton of offensive line, though.
Ton of offensive line, but there's at least 3 edge rushers that are going to go first round. There's definitely 1 cornerback. So I guess it's pretty much offense all the way.
Has it only been receivers, tackles, and
Quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, man. It's deep. It's a
The
deep
whole new
class.
world. So deep.
So the Bears are winning the draft, I think, right now, but that makes sense when you have 2 top 10 picks and there's only been 12.
Yeah, well, especially when you got away with fingerprints on a robbery for that.
Yeah. Yeah, it must be nice to be able to just rob other teams of their picks. You know?
Good Lord.
Last scene in Carolina. Still can't put it together.
Oh, man.
Oh.
The Broncos lose Lloyd Cushenberry. They are no longer with Jerry Jeudy, and we know Russell Wilson is gone. But as far as their additions, no one spectacular is really moving the needle for me. They got free safety Brandon Jones from Miami, Levi Wallace coming in from Pittsburgh. Malcolm Roach, not really sure. These are only starters. I'm only naming projected starters. Thank you, our lads. Thank you for everything. But Sean Payton's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat. And this has to be Bo Nix. I guess I'll just keep
What happened to
going.
that movie that Sean Payton was about his life? Did that come out?
Wait, the one
Oh,
about the one
that
with
Kevin James was
No.
No,
I
that came,
don't-
no, that
I don't.
came
I've
out.
never heard
It
of this.
came out? You never heard of this?
No way, man.
Yeah, dude, there's a movie, I'm pretty sure.
Is this from like the off season, the season he took off?
Yeah, it's about like kind of that life. Yeah, it
That's
goes
what
into
we'll
that
be
and
watching
everything.
after this. This is actually like a podcast.
It's a called.
We'll be
Bounce-
live
Bounce
streaming.
Podcast
We're
sponsored
gonna live
by-
tweet it at least. I mean, we're having an RDR sleepover. You know, if you can make it over.
RDR sleepover.
We got the Doc
It's usually
Swinson's funky drummer, straight rye, finished in Jamaican rum cask. So, your boy's not driving home tonight. It's going to get real weird by pick 32. I can tell you that much. But all right, let's fast forward to the past, rewinding as some people call it, and see what the Broncos ended up doing last year that made them so successful. Marvin Mims was their first pick with the second rounder. They went with Drew Sanders, the linebacker, Riley Moss, you got a DB in there, and so it's mostly defensive, and then Mims. So they didn't have too much of a draft last year, and you know it's not that deep with only 8 picks, only one day 2 pick. They don't have a second.
Got a Raj
rounder.
alert.
And Raj Dog
Broncos
is
are
live.
up.
He's getting his steps in.
It is quarterback Bo Nix out of Oregon. So Sean Payton does address the quarterback room, and he goes with Bo Nix. So we do have, 6 quarterbacks now in the top 12 picks? Is that math correct? Regardless, Bo Nix, what I like about Bo Nix, I think he's a great decision maker. His touchdown to interception ratio show that 45 touchdowns to 3 interceptions this season. I think he has underrated and kind of dangerous mobility. He had 6 touchdowns on the ground this season with 356 yards. He's a quick thrower. And what I mean by that is he does a lot of like first reads, and he's able to process the situation, understand if the guy's open, and immediately deliver the ball. No wasted motion there, and I really do like about that. He had a 7.4 to 1 touchdown to interception ratio for Oregon. Not so much at Auburn. At Auburn, it was 2.4 to 1. So, you know, that leads a little bit to be figured out there if that was just a carryover to getting to a new offense. But our NFL comp for him, he's a little bit more mobile than this, but Derek Carr delivers the pass where he needs to go, is very efficient, maybe not like world-breaking talent necessarily, but he can get the job done. And if your offensive playmakers, or if your offense has playmakers like the Ducks did last year, then Bo Nix can get them the ball quickly and accurately, allowing you guys to carve up the defense. Now, maybe the Denver Broncos, maybe not having the best weapons right now. Cortland Sutton's obviously a weapon, but there's a lot of questions on that team, so maybe Bo Nix is not. We'll see what they do with the rest of the draft, but we need some more weapons in Denver, no?
We're going to need a lot more weapons. And if you're anything like me, you've already done a skill position mock, and I have them taking tight end in the 3rd round, Javion Sanders. I'll stand by that. I actually have them trading back into the 1st, or back into the 2nd to get Xavier Legette. But that was all predicated on there being no quarterback available for them at this pick 12.
Gotcha.
And moving back. Honestly, I got to say, it is a little sad that Bo Nix went this soon, because the Raiders are definitely hungry for.
Well, their pick is in, so
man.
what are they hungry for?
Oh my God! Well, they got.
I guess they're going Gardner Minshew
in the house, dude. But honestly, they're listing. They got
Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell, yeah.
AOC
is the good. All right, hard stop on the AOC there. No, they've got 8 picks, 2 day 2, so they got most of their native picks so far in the first couple of rounds. But they need a quarterback, they need a cornerback, they need edge and linebacker. This would be a great place for them to break into the defensive side of the ball. They lost Jerry Tillery. They lost Josh Jacobs, we know. Bilal Nichols is gone as well. They did bring in Christian Watkins, which is a pretty good move. And they've got Cody Whitehair added to the line. So Wilkins, sorry.
You said Christian Watkins.
Wilkins, man.
You're good.
I never read before.
I meant to just mouth that so AJ was in and words came out. I'm bad.
No, I had to call him out.
I like it. I'm for that. But yeah, they've got a lot of good going on. Their offensive line was better than average, and their defense was pretty outstanding. I think we all know what's going on with Max Crosby, and he was pretty vicious. So if they had some help.
Wow, the Raiders have decided they're giving up on Michael Mayer immediately because they go ahead and take tight end Brock Bowers out of Georgia. My goodness. All right, so you heard us all throughout the tournament talk about how special this guy was. 3 years of just absolutely elite level production for the tight end room. Tremendous speed for the tight end position, and he is a yards after the catch monster. Our RDR NFL comparison is George Kittle. He's a little slender, but it seems like you still can't bring him down. It doesn't matter. Just constantly killing people on yards after the catch, breaking tackles, avoiding tackles, whatever he needs to do. Against UAB, he managed to make 2 defenders collide into each other and score a 40-yard touchdown off of it. Auburn fans are still cursing the name Brock Bowers. Unranked Auburn was beating number 1 Georgia going into half until Brock Bowers just decided to rip their hearts out and absolutely destroy them in the second half of the game, capping it off with a 40-yard game-winning touchdown. Brock Bowers changes the game, and Mr. O'Connell has some weapons now. They show it up here. You can run some 2 tight end sets with Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers. You got Devontae Adams. And you got Jacoby Myers, a little underrated wide receiver too there. Not how I expected that to go, but it looks like, I guess, Michael Mayer not the replacement to Darren Waller that we thought he was.
Well, it just goes to show you. Nobody knows anything.
We don't know shit about fuck.
Did you ever imagine that the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL draft would just be immediately replaced by the 13th pick of the 2024 NFL draft?
That is pretty bananas.
A little bit of a head scratcher. I feel like this happened recently.
Do they trade Mayer?
No.
You just run them both.
Yeah, and that's fine, man. Run 12 personnel. It'll be fine. They're going to need to find some answers in other places. I really think they could use another running back after losing Josh Jacobs. We all know that Alexander Mattison is just a bit of a he's all right. I mean, but Zamir White, are we buying into that?
No.
Mattinson?
No. I wasn't buying into Mattinson in Minnesota.
It's a roster clog. Alexander Mattinson level roster clog, as the kids say. Still waiting on some
don't
defense.
know the record, Paul, but that would be an interesting... Does anybody know the record for most picks in a row, all offense, for the NFL draft?
No, nobody.
I'll give it a go.
Nobody knows. But good question. I like the chat still live. I thought it froze. We were talking about breakfast foods. I'm more of a breakfast burrito guy anyway, Don't like that many empty carbs in the morning. Got to get a little protein in there, Danny. I don't know.
I'll Google this. I just after the J.J. McCarthy pick, my last Google was seppuku. So.
Good lord.
Okey-dokey. All right, well, the Saints are on the clock.
Breakfast burritos are top tier. Get a breakfast burrito with hash browns and then gravy in this inside. Oh my word!
I'm waking up to breakfast with you men in the morning, so let's make it happen.
Let's fucking do it.
So the Saints, they've got 9 draft picks. They only have one day to pick, the 45th pick, so that's going to be fine. Their big needs are offensive line.
Yep.
They need some wide receiver.
This is
help,
Fuaga.
quarterback. Gotta be.
It's got to be Fuaga.
Gotta be. Let's see what they've done.
I'm surprised he made it here.
Everything's been.
This has been a bit. Chick-fil-A has jalapeno salsa that comes with it. It's amazing.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. All right. I've got the app. I've got a few chicken points that it might.
I don't know
cash
about
in.
any of that fancy stuff, but just the honey on the chicken biscuit breakfast at Chick-fil-A is just put a little honey on there. That's delicious.
Oh yeah, honey on a biscuit, man. That's I'm from a small town, but you can still
The
find
B
that.
or the V?
Oh no.
I'm trying to. There's a setup here, or he's just
yeah.
being blunt.
I think the B or the V is probably a pretty obvious question. I'm gonna go with V.
Yeah, V for sure.
Less questions asked.
Yeah.
I'm not really that good of a negotiator in my old age. It could be anything for anybody. Personally, directed to you. So
My word.
I
If that is what you're asking, I say V. B's are great for looking at. A little bit of work.
deja vu
stuff, like-
all over again.
Everyone's got a B.
Everyone has a B. Like an opinion.
Oh jeez. Well,
This is going to be on the internet forever, guys.
Well, hey, by the way, so I couldn't find anything.
You're really gonna have to watch everything to find this.
I couldn't find anything about the record for most offensive players in a row.
Paul
but
thinks 19.
so it's 19 total offensive players in the first round. I hadn't found that being in a row, so we're on our way to breaking a record.
We're on our
here.
way. Especially because the Saints are definitely taking an offensive lineman here. Although I said Joe Alt was definitely going to the Titans, so.
Well, did you know that Chase Young now plays for the Saints?
I did.
Wow, and that Willie Gay is now a Saint. He's joining the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, on the gravy train from Kansas City's defense down to New Orleans. The Saints are marching in, as is the pick.
So
If
he
I
was
won a
old
Super
enough
Bowl, I'd
his
move
way
to
down
New
there.
Orleans, too.
Bolton, fuck all that, dude. Keep the jersey alive. Get an extension. Super Bowl champions. This is a good time to show off these sweet jerseys. One in a dynasty league, first place.
Second place. I guess.
Whoa! Oh.
I don't win leagues, thanks, Peter.
Peter, man.
That's why I like to be.
What a sweetheart, man.
Yeah, Danny. The Brock reaction.
B.
Dan even poured more
cried.
whiskey and was upset. I think they got to be out on Mare. I mean, even if you're running two tight end sets, Brock Bowers is the primary option there, right?
Has to be.
So, I mean, even if they're not, either they trade Mare or they're trying to do this New England style 2 tight end offense from back in the day. But
I believe what you're saying is the Buffalo style positionless Dalton Kincaid style.
Okay. So you're thinking Brock Bowers is more of a utility piece than a tight end.
100%.
Okay.
I mean, and you got to look at the facts that Trey Tucker had a great
Super
rookie
shocker.
year, but that slot position is wide open.
Mm-hmm.
If you're running out there with Jacoby Myers, and then, because Myers Mayer, so the spelling kind of tracks, but if you got Jacoby Myers and then also Devontae Adams, or, maybe Adams gonna train or whatever, it doesn't matter. He 100% has the ability to trump the slot position. We know he's an undersized tight end as is.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
See what happens, man.
Yeah, that to me, is that or Penix the bigger shocker? Penix.
Penix.
Yeah, Penix.
Yeah.
I asked and immediately knew the answer. I thought it was going to be a more fun question, but no.
It was a great question. Yeah.
Thank you.
So the Saints last year went Brian Brucey, defensive tackle in the first round, and then they went to Isaiah Foskey, defensive line. So they really went defense heavy before going to Kendre Miller in the third. Maybe that's foreboding, a little bit of offensive help. We know the O-line. Obviously, tackles are falling. So tell us, Roger.
Yep.
Roger.
Nail, bang on the head.
Good
It is
skills.
Talisi Fuaga, Oregon State tackle. Up till now, I've talked about the offensive linemen being very quick, very smooth, and it's not that Fuaga isn't, but he's just so aggressive. If he gets his hands on you, just good luck, man. Like, just hold on. Hopefully he doesn't break you in half, because he has this aggressive play style that demands respect, sets the edge of the right side of your line, and he just uproots you from where you're standing and moves you out of the way of the play and just completely removes you. 0 sacks allowed in 3 seasons from the right tackle spot. Just absolutely explosive off the snap and just tries to end you for the game. This guy is one of those maulers, and I honestly love that play style. And I think outside of Joe All, this was the team that I knew for sure, or outside of the Titans, this was the team I knew for sure was going to take an offensive tackle, no doubt about it. And they did, and honestly, Fuaga, I would have thought would have gone in the top 10. So I think they got a really good one here.
Well, good for them, man. I got to tell you, Toledo, maybe. No?
Toledo here?
No, Tahoe.
Tahoe.
Never been. How about Tahoe?
I've never been to Tahoe.
Toronto?
Nuh-uh.
No, Toronto. You have to check the passports. I think Nashville, though. I think we're going to find out at the Titans back.
Oh, that's what I had no idea what you were talking about. I was like, no, I haven't been.
You're going to 4 spot. Toledo's on the list.
I do think Toronto should be on the list just because Lance lives there, and I think it would kind of force him to go.
I want to hug him.
I do want to meet Lance in person. I've met everybody, I think everybody else.
I have
now
not.
that I met Tony and Randy. Well, you got to go. We're going to Nashville for the Packers-Titans game, right?
Yeah, you might be going to Nashville. I'd be going somewhere else inside Nashville, but outside the stadium.
So, baby.
Hey, I got to tell you, though, we are going to Nashville for the Packers and Titans game. I think I've already told my wife, so if she's watching, please double stamp it, triple stamp. I don't know how many times I'm going to say that.
I'm sorry. It's the Colts on the board. My whole family is Colts fans. They will crucify me if we don't.
Okay.
Like let's
do it.
Do your research on the Colts. I'm sorry. I don't want to.
Okay. Hey.
Indiana.
Oh yeah, 0 RBs in the first round for sure. No RBs are going in the first round of this draft.
Indianapolis Colts. The purity is beautiful. Do not trade. This is the only team with all of their own picks and none of anyone else's. They have 7 picks.
Love you, Mom.
2 day 2. And
I love you, Christian's mom.
I probably bandwagon on that. Love you as well. But as far as what they did in the offseason, this is one of the least interesting teams as far as the offseason moves. They lost Zach Moss and Danico Autry, but didn't really bring in any bangers, and that's okay because they were doing pretty well as far as the offensive line. They were 7th ranked overall, and the defense was 21st. They were doing pretty decent. They had 51 sacks, which is well above the league average, and 24 turnovers, which is also 1 turnover above the league average. As far as points allowed, they were allowing a little more, but they were also scoring more. So I think they did pretty decent. Ended up with 9 wins. We're all pretty,
and that's without Richardson. Yeah,
like, that's without Richardson.
That's without
Minshew,
the person they're building their entire franchise around, and they still almost made the playoffs.
Yeah, with 9-8, and that's beautiful. It's Minshew's got to be on the move at this point, but.
He's a Raider.
Yeah, well, I hope he didn't find a nice apartment because now Bo Nix is a Raider too. Oh, wait.
No, he's not. He's a Bronco. Brock Bowers is a Raider, and I think Gregor Minshew is pretty hyped about that.
You got me, funky drummer. You got me.
Funky Cole Medina.
Dude, you got to try it. It's pretty
I'll
good.
try it.
The Doc Swinson.
I'll try it.
Tough.
It's tough.
Oh, maybe
I
won't
love
try it.
rye whiskey personally. Finish it with a little funky rum, and that's pretty much my medicine. But yeah, Anthony Richardson, as you mentioned, they bring in Joe Flacco just for that what if insurance. Obviously, we know Jonathan Taylor's in the house, but the billboard material here is that Evan Hall is going to recover from that rookie injury. Zach
my
Moss
God.
has cleared the way, and the guy who ran the most distance at the 2023 Combine gets to put his work ethic on the line. Amazing pass catcher. Remember the name, Evan Hall. You guys are going to need the jerseys ASAP.
Evan Hall is fun.
Michael Pittman, amazing. Josh Downs, love him.
Secretly, I'm excited. Not necessarily that Brock Bowers went to the Raiders, but that my Jelani Woodstock is still alive and kicking, baby!
go!
Jelani Woods, 2024 to the moon!
To the moon.
Woo!
Get his jersey alongside the white Trey Sermon.
What the fuck? Get your bands together for Jelani Woodstock. That's coming to
I'm gonna make a prediction on this pick right now.
do
The
it,
Colts
do it,
pick
do it.
is
Oh,
in
shit,
right
it's
now. I think it's gonna be Brian Thomas Jr.
that would be amazing.
I think Chris Ballard came out
Not the only
not
Brian
super
Thomas.
long ago. Chris Ballard, the Colts GM, if you guys don't know, and said their priority is to surround Anthony Richardson with weapons. They have Pittman, they have Downs, they have Jonathan Taylor, they have motherfucking Jelani Woods. They just need somebody to take the top off the defense. And I think it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr. here. But that being said, they do have their pick of defensive player in the draft.
yeah,
they have
that's-
whatever defensive player they want.
They need a cornerback. They need
They do need a quarterback. They need defensive line. They need pass
This would be
rushers. So
Miles Murphy or Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy would be huge here to play inside with DeForest Buckner. That
That'd
could be
crazy
huge.
if it was the first.
I am still standing by my prediction, but I do not think the Colts thought they were going to get to 15 and have their choice of defensive player at the draft. I cannot imagine. So it could have thrown off what they wanted to do.
And go Colts, you know. Just gotta say, go Colts. What are they? Who we got? Quiddy Payne, DeForest Buckner. Oh yeah, you guys. EJ
Colts.
Speed. Oh
Zaire
man,
Franklin.
Zaire
Sick.
Franklin. Julian Blackmon. Oh my God, you guys could use a
You
little
could use
shot
a
of
corner.
youth.
You could use some corners.
A little bit, but I'm in for it, man.
Oh, pause it. I could have read that card.
Oh shit! Yeah. Production.
I can pause it.
RDR, just like
Click.
tweet it out.
Yeah.
Or should I say at Research Draft on X?
At Research Draft on X.
Okay. Oh my goodness, Chris Ballard does it again. He takes one of my favorite players in the entire
Genius.
draft, and he takes Laiatu Latu, a UCLA edge defender. Okay, let me tell you guys this story, and Mom, you're gonna love this guy already. This man was forced to medically retire from football at the start of the 2020 season. He was playing with Washington and he had a neck injury, and he said, "Fuck that! I want to keep playing
Gotta
football."
love this
And
mom.
he made it back and is on the UCLA and had 27 total sacks for the Bruins over the past 2 seasons, and has now become a top. Actually, he's the top defensive player off the board, which is just an
up.
incredible story coming back from that injury. And what are you getting out of this player? He is so quick, so fast off the snap, has a complete variety of pass rush moves that he can use. He had 15 sacks in 2023 alone, and he has the flexibility to be able to bend. So he's got the speed, the power, the flexibility to get around the line. If it wasn't for the injuries, I think he would have gone way sooner. I mean, this guy was touted as a first-round pick coming out of his freshman year. He just blows by offensive linemen so fast that half the time he's not even looking at him. He's looking straight at the quarterback and just does a little hand move and says, "Bye, I'll see you later." And he's incredible, man. And as long as there's no injury concern, which he said it himself, yeah, I had the injuries. They were bad. I've also played 2 years in a row and have 27 sacks. That's not a direct quote, but he basically said, I've been playing. What are we doing? So I think this is an incredible move by the Colts, and I am so excited. That is a jersey you Indianapolis Colts fans need to get, because as long as he stays
the Evan
healthy.
Hall jersey.
After the Evan Hall jersey.
Yeah, well,
That's
10% goes back
HULL.
to RDR when you buy that jersey because you heard it here first. Buy the jersey.
Buy the jersey. Man, Devin, if you're watching, I hope you put that DraftKings bet. I told you that he was going to be the first edge rusher off the board.
Yeah, man.
I
Yeah,
really
man.
like this guy. He's, as they say in my industry, he's, sexual and aggressive, violent as well. So he's good to go.
50 Shades of Grey.
Man.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
that's a good pick.
To
That's
stay
a
in the
good
Pac-12
pick.
and just
See, this is what I'm talking about. If you're watching the NFL feed, like he just completely uses his hands to just wave off people and then get around them, man. It's so fun to watch. Like he is an absolute masterclass at that.
He's way too fast.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's a good pick. Man, the Colts stay making every year I come out thinking the Colts win the draft. Every single year.
All right. Well,
Maybe not win, but they're one
boy,
of the winners.
Mama's boy.
I mean, it doesn't always work out. I got all this Alec Pierce shares that I
we
can't
don't talk
fucking
about
do
that
shit with.
anymore.
You want Josh Downs back?
There you go.
I do love Josh Downs, I do think. But Jaden Reed, baby.
Let's go.
Jaden Reed, baby.
Julius Brent, how's he doing up there? Kansas State. There.
Julius Prince. That's okay.
Not quite there.
Not yet.
They didn't win the draft yet. Will Mallory, though. I'm
What
still
about
big
Seattle?
fan. You don't want to know about Seattle.
I do
man.
want to know about
You
Seattle.
don't want to know about Seattle. Pete Carroll. Kick rocks.
They did tell him to kick rocks.
Thanks for everything, Kick rocks.
What a good phrase, by the way, kick rocks.
I love it, dude.
We got to bring kick rocks back.
100% had my son saying kick rocks.
Hell
by
yeah.
age 2. So he's got a bit of a toot on him, but yeah. So they got Mike McDonald. Whoa, Baltimore, D.C. And I gotta tell you, we got McDaniels, McVay. Like, you gotta have the first letters be MC, MAC if you want to be a head coach in the NFL. It's proven scientifically and just through history itself. But Seattle is coming at you live with 7 picks, pretty normal. They don't have a second, so only one day, 2 pick. They need some defensive line help. Cornerback could be good. Offensive line would be good. Tight end is another thing. They did lose Will Disley, That was...
Still have no fan.
too hot. You can't touch it. They still got... Pharaoh Brown. So
14 straight to draft. Okay, Paul just let us know that they said the 14 straight to start the draft was the longest streak of offensive players ever.
Let's go.
That is crazy. 14 in a row, and the Colts at the 15 spot get to choose their pick of the litter at defense. That's crazy.
It's obnoxious.
That's crazy, and I think they got a good one.
So we got a good thing going on in Seattle. They had a healthy offseason. Let's see. They've brought in Laken Tomlinson to replace Damian Lewis at the guard position. Mentioned many times Will Disley no longer there. A lot of people care about that. Bobby Wagner's gone. Devin Bush gone. They're bringing in Jerome Baker. So we'll see how it goes. Their linebacker core had a lot of shuffling. But Rayshon Jenkins is in the house, a little older, but that should help him at the safety room. Their offensive line needs some help. The pass blocking wasn't great. Defense was middle of the pack, got a couple sacks, could use some more turnovers. But the offense was awesome, man. I mean, we all know the story of the 2023 draft. That was a big surpriser. That Zach Charbonnet in round 2, that was what I would call a Brock Bowers level double stack surprise. But they went after Devin Witherspoon in the top 10, top 5 really, picks of the draft last year, and then they got JSN, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. So we have no fear on the dynasty side of things, the fantasy side of things. When you're stacking Metcalf with Lockett, with Smith and Jigba, you are solid. You got Kenneth the Doak Walker coming in with Zach Charbonnet. Really the biggest needs here. Tight end. I think quarterback, you had Sam Howell behind Geno Smith. You're going to need a little bit of love on that action. But I don't know, man. I think they have a lot of potential to repeat the success they had. It's a little bit surprising last year. It's a rough division. It's a tough division. They got 9 wins. 8 losses. The Rams are really the surprise of that division. But they have a chance. They stayed competitive. Pretty excited to see what they can do. But yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know from a fantasy standpoint.
There's not really much they can do.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no tight ends worth it in the first round. They don't need a running back, and there's not going to be a running back in the first round, and they don't need a receiver.
Nope.
No quarterbacks left.
Nope.
So it's got to be defense here, right? Or offensive line, I guess, but I don't think that's...
I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, as far as big boards go, I think defense.
You got to go best
clearly
player available now. I feel like we're about to have a run.
Yeah, the Colts definitely opened up the door for a run, which goes to my Brian Thomas at the 20th pick mock draft. So maybe I'm not 100%
Danny,
correct yet.
Are you on the video? If you are, let us know how you feel. I don't know if you heard it, but Brian Thomas Jr., future Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh fuck yes!
How do you feel about that? I don't think he's in. I think when we go down to 5, that means he's not here.
Oh, that is where I mocked him going to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So hey, Danny,
Oh no, it is he. He's now you don't like it, or now you're here.
Nah, he doesn't like it. I never heard of Bam.
Round 2 for Brian Thomas Jr.
Wow. Ouch.
I see. Okay.
Agree to disagree. I also have you guys taking Malik Washington at 98. How do you feel about that? Getting a slot
I know
receiver
he's
in
a
the
big
house.
Malik Washington guy, not a Pitt wide receiver. That's fair.
Okay, all right. I got him taken 2 in my mock, and I'm always right. So,
although to do a little bit of a spoiler, I think our NFL comp to Brian Thomas Jr. is Mike Wallace, famous Pittsburgh receiver. But
I like when it's Slim Pickens.
I see. I see what you're
got
saying.
you.
They take him in the second. Gotcha.
and not to skip ahead, but that is pick 51. So,
The
looking
pick
strong.
is in, fellas.
Do you think Keon Coleman right there in the second round for you guys? That would be a little weird. I think he has shades of some Pickens in him.
You need 2 of those guys.
I know. I don't know. You don't have him as comp to Pickens, do you? Because I feel like it's a little bit of gravy on that.
I don't think Coleman's going in the first round. Who was his comp? Oh, his comp was Cedric Tillman.
Yeah, I saw that. Actually, I felt the slap in my face that there might still be fingerprints. Gotta have to wash that off.
I was surprised when I sent you the list. I thought that was going to be one of the ones you would.
No,
say
yeah,
on
it
the
tripped
back.
my trigger, as the kids say.
Oh man.
No, they shortened it. They just say they were triggered. I was triggered.
Javon Baker, Danny wants. He wants Javon.
Oh yeah,
Baker.
that's a good call. Where do I got Javon going? I have him mocked going at 82 to the Indianapolis Colts. Which
I'd like that too.
That would be probably a really good spot for him.
Especially after getting Latu now.
Not everyone has a 35-person fantasy mock draft just up their sleeve, but I
He's got you covered. That's why you come to RDR.
sleepless nights.
For weird off shit, but really good in-depth analysis as well.
It's going to be 100% genuine. I can give you that.
You'll know how we feel. All right, Roger alert.
Roger.
Roger Dodger.
Roger that.
Byron Murphy II. So we are running on defensive players now, but we are going to the interior of the defensive line with a shorter but explosive individual, 6'1", 297 pounds, Byron Murphy Jr., defensive tackle out of Texas. Explosive and powerful off the line, great change of direction, and he is a disruptor in both the pass and the run game. My goodness, he is just an absolute tank when he's coming at you. He shoved the Iowa State center, I swear to you, back 7-8 yards to go in and grab the QB. Just like, no, you're coming with me. We're going to go tackle the quarterback together. He disrupted the play in overtime against Kansas State to give Texas the win. They were going to get upset by Kansas State and no longer, because Byron Murphy came in there like Aaron Donald and threw off the play. He's just a smaller, athletic interior defender that does not sacrifice any of his power. He just adds speed. I love Byron Murphy. He's one of my favorite players in terms of defenders in the draft. He even ran in a touchdown against Washington in the Sugar Bowl as a fullback. So they love to get him the ball, or maybe not love to get him the ball, but they'll give him the ball. He's athletic and he can do a lot for you. And I think Seattle just got a lot better on the defensive line.
Absolutely, man. And like you were saying, the way their offense is set up, they didn't really have to go the same route.
Whoa! Minnesota traded back up to the 17 spot and has already picked.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good.
No, sorry. Go do your thing.
Yeah, sorry. Do your thing. I just wanted to announce that. Keep going.
No, I was about to start talking about the
Quinyon
Jaguars.
Mitchell, let's go.
Quinyon Mitchell.
You do need a corner.
Yeah, they absolutely need
But
a
hey,
corner,
man,
but they need offensive line.
They also need a Danielle Hunter replacement.
And they need some D-line, too. So they need a corner, they need O-line, they need D-line. They have 0
Well, my best
day 2 picks, and apparently they don't care about their day 3 picks either.
Oh, my goodness. They wanted somebody bad here.
Holy
Y'all guys aren't going to have 3rd or 4th round picks for a minute, bro.
This is going to be a reoccurring thing with no day 2 picks, apparently. And that's fine. Good for you guys.
Wow.
What are you doing?
All right, the Vikings.
Oh.
The Vikings, as we know, are AJ's favorite team.
They are.
We made the drive, just a short drive up I-35 to visit the Skull Land this past offseason to watch the Vikings get obliterated by the Chiefs. And it was pretty good. St. Paul seemed cooler than Minneapolis, just for those who are wanting to check it out. You gotta
I liked
throw
it
that
a lot
out.
too.
It was pretty legit. I saw an okay show the night before, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Minnesota. I mean, I don't know what to say about
Dallas Turner. I love it. I think
Thank
that makes
you.
so much sense when you lose a player like Danielle Hunter. It was unfortunate to see him go, but now you replace him with a guy like Dallas Turner, Alabama edge. Explosive premium athlete, long arms, 34 inches, 98th percentile for his position, and he had 11 sacks in 2023. When I talk about premium athlete, I mean premium athlete. 97th percentile 40, 99th percentile speed core, 98th percentile burst score, and 98th percentile long arms. Just completely out of this world, and those arms keep offensive linemen from being able to keep their hands on him. He had a sack against Georgia, and it's the perfect example of what I'm talking about. He places one super long arm, shoves the offensive lineman backwards, and then just basically he's not part of the play. He's moving him away with that one arm. The offensive lineman cannot get his hands on him. That is Dallas Turner, and then he just push, sack. He's so athletic, so versatile, and those arms, man, they just keep him away from so many blockers. I think this is a strong move here. You settle up J.J. McCarthy on the front of the line, on the offense, and now you get Dallas Turner to try and come in and replace Danielle Hunter, which is, pass rushing and passing. That's what the league is about. So they tackled both spots here. I think it's a good move by Minnesota.
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing, honestly. I mean, talk about a guy falling down the draft.
Yeah, Dallas Turner's projected to go at 8 to Atlanta in so many drafts, and now the Vikings get him at 17.
I hate to say it, but the way he walked out, you could see in the body language.
Oh, he's
it was a little
pissed.
frustrated.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
He's pissed.
He was camping.
Hopefully he's not pissed to be in Minnesota and just pissed it took so long.
Well, if he is pissed, he can just check out St. Paul. It's pretty sweet.
That's true.
Gotta tell you. And now we have Cincinnati on the board. Cincinnati. Oof. What are you going to do? They had themselves a rough year after, having some pretty epic, a Super Bowl appearance in there somewhere. But the fun fact about the AFC North is that even if you have 9 wins, you can still finish last in the division. Tampa Bay knows that 9 wins can get you number 1 in a division elsewhere. So it's rough for them. But as far as Cincinnati goes, offensive line is a need. Defensive line is a need. Tight end, obviously we're not going to see another tight end in the first round, so I'll just stop saying those words. Cornerback, this could be something where...
no cornerbacks off the board.
Yeah,
now.
Quinyon Mitchell could be just a gift for them, wrapped up. But they coming out with 10 picks in this draft. which is impressive until you hear me tell you that it's, only 3-day 2 picks, including 97. So that's a comp pick towards the end of the third round. But they've got a lot of ammo to go out there and make whatever they need to do happen. They lost to Woozier. They lost DJ Reader, and Jonah Williams went to Arizona, which was a big offseason move as far as the offensive line goes. You've got Joe Mixon, as we know. You're mixing and matching, and he's out to Houston. Now they've got Zach Moss in the house. They do add Gesicki, maybe a Band-Aid as far as the tight end position goes. Trent Brown, older, but that's a pretty solid add to the O-line. And then Vaughn, Bell, and Geno Stone have to anchor your secondary in a big way. So they've gone through some different stars in the secondary, but they're pretty solid right now, and I think they have potential to make some good improvements. 27th as far as defensive grade as a unit, 22nd on the O-line. We have to keep Burrow upright. I've got to tell you, if you're asking me personally, I would keep Jonah Williams over Trent Brown, but it's not a bad move to swap those guys out. Their sack numbers were pretty good. We know they were right on average. Trey Hendrickson's pretty awesome. Sam Hubbard, obviously. They got some good guys in there. But they could definitely step it up as far as the turnover game. And I'd just like to see them, solidify something that's going to give them an X factor. They obviously have a pretty outstanding wide receiver room. They did the franchise tag on T. Higgins. We'll see how that works out. It's a little awkward. But then you got Ja'Marr Chase. I don't want to be talking about losing Tyler Boyd as being a problem for this offense. They have to be able to overcome that loss. But there's a lot of new with the Zach Moss, with the Mike Gesicki, and we know Burrow had an injury again, and hopefully we can get a healthy season out of him to see what real football looks like out of him.
Yeah, and I think that might be why I agree. There's a lot of playmakers on defense, and they could use a lot of them, but they are still a sneaky candidate to go in and address the offensive line. I know you also brought that up, but I do have Troy Fatuna on the board still, and he is
cool name, though.
Incredible. I like him a lot. He's probably my favorite lineman on the board, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Bengals go with him here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Orlando Brown, Ted Karras, and then Alex Kappa, and now Trent Brown. It's like need some homegrown action on the O-line a little bit. But
well, the pick is in. I'm going to step away before it comes actually in. So.
You're stepping away?
Yeah, I got to pee.
All right, kids, don't break the seal. Everyone has broken this. Oh, he's coming in.
I'm stepping in. Sorry, boys. I've been texting. I've been into this Vikings trade. So, Daniel, let me ask your opinion.
Sheldon Rankins. Ooh, okay, all right.
So,
scale from 1 to 10.
Minsky's.
Dude, yeah. I knew like 4 days ago that we're getting Minsky's tonight.
Well, I texted Christian. I just waiting for a word back. Like, hey, comment on the stream what you think we should eat to make up for this whiskey we've been drinking.
It's going to be, this was an unopened bottle, and we're still working on it. So
it's also Christian's birthday, so we're going to make him take shots at the 25th pick. Don't tell him yet.
A million times I've been meaning to tell him happy birthday. Damn it. I knew the whole time. I just got swept up in the excitement, man. We used to do this in this room.
Yeah, we just don't want him to remember the pick. It's probably going to be bad. The Packers.
Yeah.
Here he is. He's back, everybody.
Eric Stokes level. Hey, the pick is in.
Eric Stokes.
What are you thinking? King Tut, Prime Cut?
I don't know. Christian, how do you feel about pizza?
Pizza's delicious.
Yeah.
Are you talking about getting it?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm down.
We ain't talking about looking at it. We're talking about eating that shit. You get toasted rabbit, and what are you doing, man?
I mean,
you know what it is.
We love you, Danny.
There was a long time before RDR and after me and AJ worked together at the Jackpot where we used to just go have my dinners with AJ, which is my dinner with Andre Joke from the show Community, if anyone ever watched that. But
It's a good show.
I know.
I actually didn't even know that.
Oh yeah, it's a Troy and Abed thing. Doesn't matter. Well, I guess it's a never
Troy
mind.
and
It doesn't
Abed in the
matter.
morning.
Pop.
Welcome back to the Community Podcast.
Yes.
5 years after.
It was great.
10 years after.
Peak
Are they still
Allison
making a
Brie.
movie? Oh my.
Peak Allison Brie. Don't even get me going.
Yeah.
Sorry. Don't even
heart.
get me going. There's a lot of things going on in this live stream. This is what happens when it's live.
This is what happens when it's live. I did have a question. No, I forgot it. Never mind. It was about alcohol. I will try some of that at some point.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, so-
I'm telling you.
Before the spigot gets in, what's your favorite kind of pizza there, Christian?
I'm pretty basic, just like pepperoni and sausage is fine. Like I don't like a lot of shit, but I can also do like I just don't like olives or peppers.
Yes or no? Do you want a full strip of bacon on each slice?
Yeah, that's fine. I can handle bacon. Wooey,
Does that
wowie,
pepper-
wowie, wow. He does. So
Whoa.
the Bengals, they do address the offensive line, but they do not go with the guy that I liked the most. They go with a massive human being and Amarius Mims, offensive tackle out of Georgia. He's massive, but he is
than
also
me.
supremely athletic. This man weighs 340 pounds and he's 6'6", and he ran a 5.0740, you guys. That is
Jesus Christ.
bananas. Can you imagine somebody that's 340 pounds being able to close 40 yards on you in 5 seconds? That's insane. I don't want to deal with that. He has super long, powerful arms, 98th percentile. He can play either side of the offensive line for the Bengals. I think that's probably part of the reason they took him. So now they can figure out who's going to be the best at left and slide the other guy to right. He's more of a raw prospect, which is kind of worrisome for the Bengals. You know, he does need to step in and kind of be that guy immediately. But he has all of these tools that teams are looking for in terms of an offensive line superstar. I mean, the power, the size, the just immovability in terms of the defensive players trying to get through the line. This guy is a brick house.
Let's go.
And we also have some pizza recommendations. Daniel Hop with pizza, ham and pineapple with hot sauce, which actually I do like a good Hawaiian pizza. And then my mom with pepperoni with hot honey.
Oh yeah.
Never had that. That sounds good though.
You know, pyramid with the twisted bread, the twisted crust with a little bit of hot honey. Yeah. You guys know what's up. I like it. We got some pretty elite hot sauce in the house from shout out Dog Cop Records hot sauce. It's pretty
Shout out
amazing.
Stefan Diggs hot sauce.
Oh
Let's
man, today's the hot sauce happening day. You know this is originally a Must Love Diggs podcast, and I'll find a camera when I find it.
Don't worry.
Boom.
You know, I will say Taylor
Oh!
swears by that hot
I will
sauce. It's-
never open this.
Really, you should buy another pack because she swears it's the best hot sauce she's had. She buys them all the time. We have one that I still keep locked up for the pod, but then she cycles through them bitches.
I'm gonna get some.
It's good, apparently. I'm not a big hot sauce guy, so I
have a
can't.
live
I can't
text
speak to
message.
that.
Oh, it's AJ. No, and then I missed 3 messages from a friend earlier.
All right, so
today.
the Rams are on the board. No corners.
Pepperoni
No
with
corners.
cream cheese. Oh, Pensacola style. Okay.
Was it mellow mushroom? Because mellow mushroom's delicious.
We have our first announced retirement of the draft. I gotta say, every once in a while, you get tricked into joining an IDP league, and you're like, "Oh, Derwin James and Aaron Donald, I can weather this storm." And then Aaron Donald retires, and you never know. Can you really trust an NFL retirement? Is he just skipping training camp? I have no clue. I wouldn't put it past most people, but Aaron Donald seems to be a man of his word. I'll give him that. So we have the Rams on the clock. They got 2 minutes to make a decision. They are tied with the Arizona Cardinals and the Green Bay Packers with 11 picks. That's a ton of
Hop
picks.
jacks. Gotcha.
They're going to be making their first round pick since Jared Goff tonight, potentially.
Wow.
Yeah,
Big shoes to
incredible.
fill. Well, potentially. They've got a minute and 30 seconds to
Jared
do
Goff
it.
looks like he has small shoes. Not Kenny Pickett level small. Pretty small shoes. So deal with that.
Pretty
But
small gloves.
they do have 3 day 2
So the pick is in. The Rams
All right.
are indeed making a first-round pick
Well,
for the
they
first
need
time since Jared Goff.
D-line. They need linebacker. They need cornerback. They need to focus on their defense. They had a great year out of nowhere last year. No one expected that success. It was pretty incredible. 10 wins, especially in that fierce division. People still saying fierce? I think so.
Fierce. Yeah.
Might as well.
When people are fierce.
Got to do what you got to do. But yeah, obviously the retirement was huge. But they added in, they got, let's see, Jonah Jackson on the O-line. They also added Tre'Davious White into the secondary. That's a pretty big move for them. Didn't really lose anyone except for the Aaron Donald, so we'll see how they end up doing. They had a pretty good blocking. Run blocking was 5th. We all remember the Kyron Williams resurgence. Their defense was pretty weak, but not bad. I think we all remember they had like over 50% rookies on their roster last year, so that can only go up from there. I really do think they go hard on defense. You gotta keep it going. There was so much talk about them taking Penix, the heir apparent to Stafford, and obviously the Falcons had something to say about that. Still cannot believe that. My mind will be forever blown by it, but big wins for them with Puka Nacua last year. We all know that. They got Tyler Higbee. I look at that as a weak spot that could be upgraded, but as we said, there's no first round tight ends left, maybe not even any second round tight ends. I did promise to stop saying tight ends, and I'll work on that. But yeah, man, it is what it is.
All right. We got a Roger sighting.
How many Rodgers they got up there?
Mari?
Don't even, man.
All right. So the Rams keep the defensive train alive, and they go edge. Jared Verse out of Florida State. So this guy, I've talked about some fast defenders here, and he's fast as well, 100 percentile 40 actually, so very fast, but he's also very powerful and very violent. The type of player that will say, why beat an offensive lineman when you can just take him with you when you want to take down the quarterback, which is exactly what he did against Louisville. Took the left tackle, rode him all the way to the quarterback, and tackled them both at the same time. So if you can do that, why worry about learning offensive pass rush moves? You know what I mean? But the speed and the hand fight ability gives him so much upside because he does actually have those moves. He has the power to absolutely dominate and destroy in the run game, destroy in the pass game. But if anybody can match him in power, he has the athleticism, the speed, and the hand fighting to get around it. This is another player I was surprised has made it as far as he did. 19th is I would have thought he was a top 15 player, so it's not that crazy. But Jared Verse to the Rams, I think, is a pretty good pick. Very, very powerful. A lot of upside on that defensive line.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a difference maker. Obviously, defensive players are falling. That's 100% a win for them. And what do you think, man? We got a question straight from Danny. O-line, wide receiver, or corner here. I think Quinion Mitchell slipping is like a pretty great gift. Obviously, you pair him with the physical corner that you got in Joey Porter Jr. Toledo, small school, I don't know. People have their questions, but I do think corner is a good move. But I also am not sleeping on my Brian Thomas Jr.
I mean, I like that, but the O-line pairing somebody with Broderick Jones on the left side, pair Troy Fatuna with Broderick Jones on the left side, now you're cooking with gas, you know? Like, I like that a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm actually with you. I think it's wide receiver. I think them training Deontay Johnson kind of puts that up on the table for sure.
Yep, I mean, as much as I love Van Jefferson, that ain't it. So we're gonna see how it goes. I mean, the real question is, can Tomlin squeeze out another winning season in this division? I mean, things are getting aggressive. They won 10 games. 10 games.
With Kenny Pickett.
With the little Pickett.
With Lil Pickett.
I'm telling you.
Man, what a bust by me on that. Jeez.
But Danny's got the spot on the team needs. D-line is also on the list for me. They got 7 picks, 3 day 2. That's 2 third-rounders.
Pick is in.
Comp pick in there. A little pick. They got Patrick Queen and Deontay Jackson added. Dante Jackson, sorry. Added. Russell Wilson, as we know.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields in the house. And Quez Watkins, it's not just Van Jefferson, but they do lose Levi Wallace as well as Deontay Johnson, as has been mentioned. So, good additions on the defensive side of the ball. Questionable additions at quarterback. But if anyone can make him work, it's Tomlin. So I know he's got a book out. I should read it. Be a better person. Be a better leader. If I could be the Mike Tomlin of my existence, I think that would be a big step up for me. So hats off to you, Tomlin. Always loved you. But yeah. I think it's time to bring Cordell Stewart in on the coaching staff. We could use a little more slash in the house. Just one man's opinion.
All right.
I've unplugged the computer.
Oh, man.
No, it's still working.
Yeah.
All right, I got you, dude. I got it. Let's see what they did in 2020.
Sorry.
2023.
Come on, man.
We know what they did. I already hit the Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Darnell Washington. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Man, talk about a triple double with the everything that's going on in the tight end room. I think they were set without Darnell Washington. Not a waste of a pick, like a Michael Mayer level, but pretty close. What's up, Danny?
275,000 fans in Detroit for the draft on night one.
If we had gone there, it would have been
bananas.
275,003.
Yeah. Isn't that sick? Isn't it crazy that it was
They got that even in
dead
the number.
even?
We could have messed that up. We could have really thrown a wrench in that. That's, you know what? That's our bad.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Are they doing one of those things? It's pick 20. They're going to have some, is Caitlin Clark going to do this pick? What are we doing here?
She's got to do the Indy pick.
Yeah.
Indiana Fever. Let's go. Caitlin Clark.
Shot and miss. I don't know. Talking about Pittsburgh, I heard about the Antonio Brown take on Caitlin Clark today.
I didn't hear that.
What? He had a tweet.
Yeah, let's hear it.
He said that Caitlin Clark looks like she keeps it hairy. So that was his take on the situation. Antonio Brown's words.
Why?
Not mine.
Why's he got to talk? Ever. My goodness. He was so good, but what a nut job. I'm sure Tony is lit as well. I do need to go out and see Tony now that I'm closer. Make it up for Detroit.
Damn. Well,
all right, Steelers. Your pick's been in for 25 minutes. Let's make it.
Yeah, honestly, I can do more. Let's do it. Let's look at the... Nope, we already did that. Najee Harris and Jaylen Warren. I think that they have a solid running back room, but I think it's not quite as sexy as it needs to be. Do they add another running back?
Like a pass catcher?
A little bit of a flair, to this room, because I feel like, they could add someone a late round, like a Dylan Labe. Yeah, a little low action,
Will Shipley?
Will Shipley, that's a little too rich.
Might be too rich. Okay.
I'm going to tell you, I've got, let's see, do I have Will Shipley in my mock? I did so many people in my mock. I left him out of it, but I have a round 4 grade on him. Oh man, they're bringing out Cameron Hayward on this one.
Did he retire?
No, the rumor is that he's retired. He has not retired.
Oh, okay.
And his brother is a tight end on this team as well, so they definitely don't need any more tight ends.
What is
They
the
do need
Steelers'
someone to
obsession
straighten their
with
tie up,
drafting
though.
brothers and having brothers?
Oh
on
my
the
God,
team?
yeah,
They had like
yeah.
6 pairs of brothers at one point.
They should fix that problem.
I mean,
And the tie. Fix the tie. I mean, straighten it up. We know what to do. Connor Hayward. Gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I heard that he retired, but the rumor was put to bed. But him walking the pick out makes it kind of feel like
yeah, that makes it seem like he
it could
retired.
go either way.
All right, here we go. Pittsburgh is up.
Oh, Walter Payton, Man of the Year.
Oh, that's probably why he's doing the pick.
Thank you for your service. And you too, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you for yours.
I don't know. They're
Ah.
both not dokes, but
Dokes. Did Najee win the Doke Walker? He had to have, right? Or was that it?
I don't know. Taylor was coming out at the same time. He was a 2-time, right?
Oh yeah, Doke was. He was a year ahead of Najee though.
Gotcha.
15.
No, he never won the Doke. If anything, it was Kenneth Walker. The Doke Walker.
Mm-hmm.
Should have known. The writing was on the Doke. Did you order a delivery? Or?
Hey, they did it!
Hey!
They went with Troy Fatuna. I love this pick. And pair him with Broderick Jones, and you are set
Is
at
it
tackle.
Fatuna or Fatanu?
I thought it was
Freaked me out.
Fatuna.
I was flipping you in.
Whatever.
Fatuna.
Fatuna. Maybe it's not. I thought that's what, or maybe it's Fatanu. I'm sorry if I mispronounce it, sir, but you are a tackle out of Washington, and you are awesome. You're another one of these supreme athletes on the offensive line, 90th percentile speed and burst score. But what's cool about him is he can play everywhere along the offensive line. He can play tackle, guard, center, wherever you need him to play. 3 sacks allowed the last 3 seasons. He's a bit shorter than NFL tackles, but that did not stop him from absolutely dominating at the college level. I thought this guy was going to be a top 10 to 15 pick. He's a fantastic pass blocker, and one of my favorite things about him is, you know how defenders will use like a spin move to get around people? He has his own spin move that he uses in answer. So people will spin, and he will also spin and end up right back in front of them. And I think it blows their minds every time. This is an awesome pairing. He's a little more versatile, a little more fluid than Broderick Jones, who's a big dominating power guy. So I think whichever side you want to put Jones on, you can just slide this guy into the other side, and you will be absolutely fantastic. I think they got a steal here. What a pick by the Steelers.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's absolutely phenomenal. Next level for them. I just got to tell you, it's good to see people making the right decisions.
This has been a good, strong draft.
You think they're putting, you know what they really did? They put some heat on Miami. They would have loved to go offensive line right here.
I mean, but there's still, that's the thing, that we've still got Tyler Guyton on the board. We've still got Graham Barton on the board. We've still got Jackson Powers Johnson on the board. Like, this is such a deep offensive line class that I think they can still get away with one. Now, I do think there is like one more viable tackle so far. I mean, there's a few more further down, but Guyton's probably the most ready to go. Well, maybe not ready to go, but like the most upside tackle that's left. So, I mean, if the Dolphins want to go tackle, I feel like it's Guyton here, unless maybe they're higher on one of the guys that maybe not consensus pick. There you go. Thank you, AJ.
Well, I do think just, and I don't know anything about anything, self-admittedly, but they've got the option for the, what is he, from Duke? Graham
Barton. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I feel like that feels like a strong move.
Yeah, he's another one of these super versatile guys that can play all over the offensive line.
Yeah, because they just brought in Aaron Brewer to play center out of Tennessee, but they still, they have some weak areas in the tackle that they could really step up their game. So we'll hope that they go O-line. Otherwise, I mean, they really have their pick of some what I would call strong wide receiver, like back half of the first wide receiver candidates. Not that that's a need for them. They have a need at offensive lineman that catches passes, a position that shall not be named. D-line and cornerback. Quinion Mitchell screams at me again to let me have a chance. 6 picks for the Dolphins. Only 1 in day 2. It is a second-round pick, so give them some credit. I've mentioned a little bit of the transactions that have gone their way in one of my favorite cornerbacks and nickel corner by trade in Kendall Fuller going their way. But they have some big holes to fill on the D-line with Christian Wilkins going out of there to Las Vegas, and then Andrew Van Ginkel is also gone. Jerome Baker, some big names on the defensive side of the ball are going. Their safety room got cleaned out. The big addition is Jordan Poyer. I mean, you got to love that coming from Buffalo in division, hungry, ready to make something happen. But yeah, Jonnu Smith, is he the answer at tight end finally after Mike Gesicki failures? I don't know. And then obviously Cedric Wilson is out of there. So there's an opportunity for them to add a third wide receiver. Some may think it's overkill, but a lot of people have mentioned Xavier Worthy. Like, just killing with speed. I've seen it enough times to be concerned that it might happen. The running back room for me is a little... I know what it is, right? We all know what it is. It is Raheem Mozart. It is Jeff Wilson. It is Devon A-Chain. Is that enough? Is that enough youth? Is that enough health to stand the test of time? I think that, honestly, this would be a great place to add a later round running back just from a fantasy perspective.
Somebody maybe a little less speed-based and maybe more of a, like, carrier, you know?
What I'm seeing here is high ceiling all across the board. We're talking Tyreek, Jalen Waddle. What I need is someone with a floor that's absolutely solid. In this draft class, I know we keep talking about the running backs being weak, but there's a depth of weak running backs that's going to make day 3 look pretty spicy. At that position. Anyone who really has a need, even a halfway need, like Pittsburgh or Miami, is going to find an opportunity to put someone in to their lineup that could really, I don't know, kind of hit the ground running. We've talked about it enough with your Imani Baileys and your Kamani Vidals, even your Ray Davises, that there are some solid guys that have a few red flags to keep them out of the day 1, day 2 conversation, but the profile to produce in a big way at the fantasy level. So I don't know, man. Miami, this could be the guys. I've mocked my top 8 running backs into landing spots, and none of them are getting picked tonight.
Oh, no.
I don't know if it's too soon.
I would like to hear that, though.
To have this conversation. Roger's walking.
Roger, yeah, we should probably wait.
Roger's walking.
Roger, we got a Roger alert for the Dolphins here.
I got to give the Dolphins a little bit of a hats off. They had 11 picks last year. So after going Cam Smith, A-Chain, Elijah Higgins, which doesn't really seem like it's amounting to anything in a
Chop!
line. Chop Robinson!
Chop Robinson goes to the Dolphins, so they say no to addressing the offensive. They say let's get more defense, and they go for the elite first step of Chop Robinson. This guy's so fast, so explosive, and so twitchy. Just able to get around so many offensive linemen there. And his limited production is kind of a concern. You know, he only had 10 tacks in college and only 3 this season. But it's evident why someone would be excited about this player. I mean, he's 6'3", 254 pounds, and he explodes across the line and chases people down so much faster than you would ever imagine that he could. He just plays with incredible speed and power. Needs to be a little groomed, but he's a powerful tackler in the running game, driving back running backs half the time, like against Northwestern, just hitting him in the hole and just throwing him back 5 or 6 yards. I mean, this guy's a lot of fun. He's going to fit. It seems like the Dolphins want to go for these high quality, like high athletic guys.
Yeah.
And they got another one here with Chop Robinson.
Let's go, man. The edge is coming off, man. It's so strange because usually they're like such top 10 picks. And here we are.
Yeah, we're in the
offensive draft.
Yep. 21 picks in, and what, have 3 edge players gone? And we've still got a few left, I think.
Got some to go, man.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the Packers pick coming
Packers
up.
are coming up.
Can we get a little intel? Who do you think? You see all these guys come off the board. What do they need? Who are we looking at?
A lot of the tackles are gone. I would have said tackle is a pretty important position for the Packers going into the draft, but now a lot of those guys are gone. And corner, also another super important position for them. And we don't even have one off the board.
Not yet.
So I think it's going to be a corner. I would still love Cooper DeJean. But I also thought guys like Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, those guys would be gone by now.
Totally.
So if they're there, that's going to be a tough call.
Cooper DeJean's not going to be a first-round
And
pick.
Danny's right. Danny is right. Chop Robinson's numbers do not do him justice. I was pointing it out merely as just a factual thing that his numbers don't look as good on paper, but the explosiveness and the athleticism of Chop Robinson is beyond what the numbers say he is, for sure. And I think that is exactly what Miami thinks as well.
Chop Robinson, cool name, not as cool as Enos Rakestraw, but maybe we'll get there tonight, huh?
I don't know, man. Not even Kenyon Mitchell's not even.
I know. Yeah, what are we doing here?
Hey, Rakestraw ain't going in the first round if Mitchell's not even off the board at 22. Like,
hell of a segue, man, because the Eagles need themselves some cornerback help. Couldn't say it any more profoundly. They probably are the team with the biggest hole at cornerback, and I think that would be pretty lucky. They always get lucky in the draft. Feels like this year they are really lucking out. You want to talk about retirement? Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey. This team was hit pretty hard by the retirement bug. They also lost Hassan Reddick, Kevin Bird, Marcus Mariota, DeAndre Swift, Quez Watkins, and Olamide Zacchaeus. So it's just a sad situation. But Barkley is in the house, dude. Saquon in division, trade.
I was about to say, we're under a minute for the Eagles here, but then the pick went in. So I was about to say, they might lose their pick.
Well, they got themselves some C.J. Gardner-Johnson, so we can expect
back.
a few penalties going their way. But they also got Devin White. They got Bryce Huff. Some big moves. Paris Campbell's now with the Eagles, man. I mean, it's never too late.
Paris Campbell.
We'll give him a little bit of a credit. I did look up a lot of NFL rule changes, but not enough to discuss them. The kickoff's going to be a little strange.
Kickoff is going to be weird.
Yeah.
Kickoff is going to be weird, but I do think it could help.
I think I'm into it.
I think I'm into it as well. We'll have to see it in action, but
Cordero was ahead of his time.
He was ahead.
Hey, another Pittsburgh guy. He's now with the Steelers.
Hey, there you go.
So, hell yeah, to him as a kick returner. Maybe he'll tell Van Jefferson, maybe they'll room up. They were just in Atlanta together. But, so Philadelphia, you got the pick 22 here. You also have pick 50 and 53 as your day 2 picks, 8 total picks. They need some O-line help. Mentioned the Jason Kelsey thing going on. Wide receiver seems to be a need for them. Slot, plenty of options here. Let me see if I got anyone mocked to them, really. I do a lot of things here. Philadelphia. I didn't hit them on my slot receivers.
Okay. But
I do have some loose slot guys that could easily help them out. Maybe Jacob Cowing would be a good one out of Arizona. Lad McCaw, Luke McCaffrey, slot receiver, little brother of Christian McCaffrey, could be a guy for them.
Well, they need a
receiver on a rookie deal after paying
AJ Brown
so much
today.
money.
Yeah, AJ Brown got
Was that
paid.
92 million on 3 years.
3
or
years,
something?
90 something. Yeah.
That's too much money. AJ, if you're listening, not this one, the other AJ. I need that money, man. I just need like 50, 60 million of it. No big deal.
I
will pay you
a
back.
million of it. I'm
I'll
fine.
take like $5K.
Yeah, that'd be nice too. I wouldn't say no to that.
You have the choice: pay off my mortgage or pay for my kids' college.
That's fair.
It's completely up to you.
He'll have a scholarship to OSU, so that'll be fine.
There you go. I really wanted to go to Ann Arbor, though, man. Like, I know I'm a
Michigan.
Buckeye guy, but I think it'd be cool. Or
He could be a Viking one day.
I want him to be a Badger, not a Golden Gopher, but I could take a little bit of Wisconsin action.
All right. Who are the Eagles going to take? Here we go.
Come on, Roger. Just say it.
Join the Muppets soon, Roger. Come on. It's weird without the audio.
What is he saying? What is he talking about? He's been over here forever for this.
Philadelphia.
Fuck Philly.
City of brotherly love, unless you've been.
Yeah, we all know that's Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania. Too many towns.
Can somebody please let us know what Roger is talking about right now? Why is this pick taking 45 minutes?
I had a good seamstress from Philadelphia.
He had four. He's gone through 4 or 5 cards now.
Oh, this is a good story. He's talking about the parade when they won.
What? The-
No.
Oh, no, never mind. You don't got to tell me because Jordan Mailata got paid coming out of the NFL kind of overseas program, coming out of New Zealand playing rugby, and just became one of the highest offensive linemen paid all time. So that's what he was talking about, patting himself on the back for that. And now we have our first corner off the board, and it's the Eagles, and they are going to get talked about again for somebody falling straight into their lap because they got Kenyon Mitchell out of Toledo, corner pick 22, which is just crazy. A lot of had him in the top 12. And why did they have him going in the top 12? He is lightning fast, 4.33 40, 0 touchdowns allowed in 2023.
Big man.
Passer rating and win targeted average over the past 2 seasons is 43. He had 18 pass breakups this season, constantly finding a way to stick his hand in and knock the ball away. He even blocked a punt against Buffalo this season. He uses that speed to just eat away the separation that wide receivers think they have on him, and then gets his hands in there and knocks the ball out. I think this is a great pick. I mean, these defensive players keep sliding, so either they're not as good as I think they are, or just the offense talent was too much for people to ignore, and now teams are feasting on the back end on these defensive players.
Yeah, that really was a setup for the Eagles. I mean, they should have probably had that pick in a little quicker, considering that was a gimme and a pretty badass move on their part.
Yeah.
But here we go. Jacksonville, man, I can't tell you honestly what their pick count is because they've made a few trades today. They traded back earlier, we know that, and that's when Minnesota was up to get their defensive linemen. So now they have at least 9 picks, 2-day 2 picks, and they need a cornerback, and they're probably a little agitated to see what just happened there. But they need some D-line help. I would say after losing Calvin Ridley and only adding Gabe Davis, wide receiver would be pretty stout on their needs. Offensive line, cannot lie. Everybody could use more linemen. But this is a team that did some pretty interesting things in the offseason. Nothing too flashy, but they added Darnell Savage. They added Ronald Darby and Eric Armstead. So those are some pretty heavy hitters on the defensive side of the ball. They also added Mitch Morris to the offensive line. And as mentioned, Gabe Davis, pretty exciting. They did lose Rayshawn Jenkins and they've got some holes to fill. I think the secondary could use a little love. I don't know. Darnell Savage and Ronald Darby make me feel pretty decent, but that is some aging talent. So we'll see how they do. Doubt they're going cornerback. I don't know who the next up cornerback is, but I know
Terrion Arnold would probably be. I mean, he's
okay, out of
really
Alabama?
good. Yeah, out of Alabama.
So that's a possibility.
Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean. Those would
Cooper
be the top.
DeJean, man.
Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, that's another Alabama guy, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If I was going to make a bet, it would have been for Cooper DeJean not to get drafted in the first round.
Really?
100%. So we'll see how it goes.
Jair Alexander.
Really?
Wow, okay. Damn, dude. Yeah, small
Cool
school.
comparison.
The O-line needs some help, though. I don't really know what they're doing. The defensive side of the ball is pretty stout. It's doing just fine. This is another team. It's in that Denver kind of Pittsburgh level of running back room where you should be happy that you have Travis Etienne, but you shouldn't be really satisfied 100%. You could always add someone. We know because if you guys just watch the RDR the tournament.
Yep.
We left, or we hated Tank Bigsby last year.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't like him at all, and we were 100% right. So
Yep.
big,
Always.
big ups to us. But when you're limping in with Christian Kirk, who I was in on before he blew up. No, I'm just joking. I'm not gonna keep doing this. Zay Jones is in here, but like Evan Ingram seems like he's pretty set up to be awesome if they don't do something about the wide receiver here. This could be a great place to get Brian Thomas Jr. But as far as the D line, man, I feel like that could be a good spot for them to hit right now too.
Johnny Newton.
Yeah. Newton out of Illinois would be good.
The Fighting and Illini. Anytime we can get an Illini in here, I'm good with it.
I've been to Champaign, Illinois 2 times in my life, and I had some very interesting and very good times there. So I'm about the Fighting Illini. They're good with me. We don't talk about the Silver Bullet.
Sorry,
what are we
I'm looking
doing?
at this guy with a broken
He's got the
neck and
neck
a
brace.
mustache.
He's drinking coffee at
those
this
are the
time?
owners. That's okay. That's I can't remember their names. It's their last names are Khan. But the guy with the mustache owns the Jaguars. That's his son sitting next to him with the broken neck, and he's probably playing a broken. I don't know if he actually got hurt, but he's the owner of AEW, the All Elite Wrestling. So he's probably playing a storyline with the broken neck.
I love it. All right, well that's cool then.
All right, so we got a Raj sighting. Raj is on the board. Let's go where the Jaguars going.
Let's assume not to the playoffs.
Yay! All right. So the Jags go out and decide to get Gabe Davis again. They all out and get Brian Thomas Jr., LSU wide receiver. Dangerous side and speeds combination. He is 6'3", 210 pounds almost, and he ran a 4.33. He is a complete deep threat. He scores from anywhere. That is the potential he has. Daniel mentioned it in the finale episode, or one of our episodes. Touchdowns for Brian Thomas Jr. 6 in the red zone, 6 from over 40 yards. 5 from in between 20 and 40 yards. So just complete distribution all over the field in terms of touchdowns. Our NFL comp for him is Mike Wallace because he has a little bit more route running than people give it credit for, but completely fast. And he's bigger than Mike Wallace as well. You know, he has the traits to be a true wide receiver 1. We'll see if that ends up working out. But apparently the Jaguars think that he can be that guy because I don't know that Gabe Davis is a wide receiver 1. So now they rely on Brian Thomas Jr. to be that guy. Okay, so Trevor Lawrence getting some more help here.
I think this was 100% necessary. If you want to succeed with the quarterback you have, you go this route. I think it's actually a great ad, especially this late. Everybody, even myself. I told a dude 6 wide receivers in the first round. I had these 4 and then the 2 Texas guys going, and it's shaking up, man. I mean, we're running out of picks here. I think that Brian Thomas Jr. is a steal at 23. I understand why the draft went the way it did. There are other positions, and he is definitely in the shadow of the big three. But this guy is serious, man. I know his routes aren't elite, but the way, and they're going to show it, the way he acts after catching the ball, the first 2 to 3 steps sets him up to have big yards after the catch. He's pulling in everything. I love this guy, man. I know your comp was a little weak on him, but I like him as a Mike Williams without an injury history. So if you can imagine that, I think that you can imagine greatness. So you know, we all know Mike Williams. Yeah, had the bump at the Clemson and playing with Deshaun and all that. So it's I think the parallels are pretty deep on this. So I like him. I really, really do like this guy. And I think this gives him a bump. I mean, I don't want to say anything too crazy, but I like a guy in Jacksonville a little better than I like a guy in New York. He's not over neighbors, but landing spots washing out kind of gives him a bump to narrow that gap with the top 3 a little closer than I would have imagined, especially when you're thinking about a guy like Rome Odunze being the 3rd in the pecking order up there. And you know that they're going to get Kmet red zone targets. That's what he's known for. So fantasy-wise, I think this is a big win for Brian Thomas. He has the ability to be wide receiver 1 day 1 on this offense. So
Damn.
I'm into him. I'm into it. And what do we got? Cowboys. What are you going to do? They have 7 picks this year. They've got 2 second round or day 2 picks, so that's pretty standard. Offensive line, defensive line, running back, and wide receiver are big needs for them. We'll see how they end up doing it here. I have them in my fantasy mock, definitely going with Jonathan Brooks in round 2 at pick 56. I don't think that's a hot take. I feel like
No, I don't think so either.
pretty chalk at this point. Someone's
Yeah.
going to have to go ahead of them to disrupt that from happening. But as far as their offseason, I mean, it was a lot of goodbyes. Tony Pollard, Tyron Smith were gone. Now we've got Eric Kendricks in the house. A little bit more O-line goodbyes, D-line goodbyes. That explains why the need is so high at that area. But if you go to the grading, man, we know what it is when it comes to Dallas.
I agree.
Yeah, this guy knows. House of Bucket shout out. If we got any House of Bucket listeners, we know the defensive scoring is out of line, pure belligerent, and AJ capitalized on it last year with his...
For about 8 games.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so their defense was amazing, but it was all predicated on that sweet Deron Bland. Pick sixes, man. They were all over the world with those pick sixes. But they definitely need to improve the pass rush a little bit. We know they got a Diggs on this team, so the secondary will have some love. Deron Bland is still in the house.
Oh, here he is.
But we're ready for them to step up the defense a little bit. I mean, the defense was amazing, but they have an opportunity with the D-line to make it consistent with what they saw. Leighton Vander Esch is a retirement for this team.
They didn't lose their quintessential piece, did they?
Their quintessential. Yeah, they did have some turnover in the defensive coordinator room.
We're getting low on the clock for the Cowboys here, guys.
Quintessential.
Uh-oh.
Dude,
40 seconds here.
They might fuck around and pull a Texas
Is
play.
McCarthy going pro-Packer right now?
It ain't no McCarthy about it. Fucking JJ, another J. We got all of them. Jerry might just be going for a Texas boy right here, man. He might just say, fuck it, and go wide receiver. We've seen enough of it out of him.
Well, he's only got 20 seconds to do it.
Well, they got Mike Zimmer in the house. The closest.
The Lions! The Lions! Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's never too late to
Here it
be
goes.
crazy. The Lions are moving
cue him
up. Oh my God, this is wild to me. They're coming up from the 23 pick. They also have 7 picks. They've got 2 day 2.
I mean,
They need an edge
Terrion.
rusher.
This is Terrion Arnold, right?
They need a cornerback.
Maybe.
Yeah. They
Makes
need
sense.
a cornerback more than anything. Edge, safety, wide receiver. They're not going wide out here. I can tell you that. No, I couldn't tell you anything, but I believe that they're not going edge rusher. Dallas, why are you going to do this to me? I got to talk about you again later. I'm not into it. Marcus Davenport, DJ Reader. They have Kevin Zeitler on the team now.
Johnny Newton. To the Lions right here.
Ooh. So
Johnny Newton's going to the Lions, I
there you
think.
go, dude. Johnny Newton. Got to tell you. I'm not going to argue with the man right here. Hey, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got 2 more hours.
Well, we'll make the most of it. You want? You got an empty glass here?
No,
I think you're ready. Buck Swenson? Too soon. Okay.
I'll take some, but I don't have a glass.
All right.
So what are the Lions about to steal away from the Green Bay right here?
Cornerback,
I know, but are they going to steal?
edge rusher. They got any more edges out there?
Because I honestly, if Johnny Newton made it to Green Bay, there was a chance that seems like a Gutekunst pick. That they would go. Kenny Clark's contract is up, I think, either at the end of this year or the end of next
Are
year.
they sniping right now?
I don't know. If he made it, I would not. It would have not surprised me at all to see that be where Gutekunst goes. So if they come up here and grab Johnny Newton, it would not shock me if that was the reason.
Is it that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off while you were talking.
I was kind of winging it. BS and
Sorry, man. I just.
standard Daniel fare. Go get yourself a glass. Come on now.
All right. Yes, sir.
You got Marcus Davenport. You got DJ Reader. You got.
Oh, they did bring in Reader, I guess.
I'm literally gonna bring shots in for the next pick.
but he's good.
Oh. Well, now
It's
they'll
like
be
an old
prepped. Okay. Well, I'm telling you, your communication skills are suspect.
I told you.
Straight sus.
I told you earlier. I literally sat in that chair.
I'm at the level where I'm neither remembering or caring to remember things. But I don't see how they could bring in 2 free agents and have Aiden Hutchinson and go D-line here as far as the Newton pick. I get it. That would round out a really polished front 4 for them. But, man, to me...
Yeah, but he
Maybe
likes
too
to
much-
bite kneecaps, Dan.
Fucking kneecaps!
He bites them kneecaps. Who bites kneecaps more than Johnny Newton? Nobody.
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 We're talking about a team that got an extension for Penei Sewell.
Ooh, dude, they spent
Boom.
so much money yesterday.
got it.
Money.
Number 1 wide receiver, number 1 on the O-line. All they want to do is beat the Rams, but you got to do something after that every now and again. Good job. I'm really, I'm like I once described myself as an Omni fan, which is not really a cool thing to do, but I'm definitely Team
number
Detroit. I got to
9.
cheer for him a little bit,
On
especially in this
Daniel
division.
Jeremiah's top board. Still on the board. Wild. Sorry.
Carry on. Arnold.
AJ can't be trusted. For what?
Don't worry about him.
Nothing.
Oh, God.
Ruth. No, here we go.
I got to bring
Yeah.
58 people to make this pick. So you got to trade up and let's bring 58 people on. All right, I get it. All right, at Detroit. You're in Detroit. You got to trade in front of the Packers. Make it
Hey,
take
they're
forever.
they're at the D.
Detroit, what? All right, what do you got? It's actually, they've crossed the line. Happy spring, everyone. I'm going garage sailing. Took the day off tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
going
fun.
to Lake Shawnee, the rich neighborhood.
Mm.
Gonna buy
Okay.
at least 1 used drill. Probably some other stuff. Wife likes to get some home decor, secondhand. It's good. It's
Like,
usually good
what is
quality.
home decor? Like a wreath?
Last time she got like some fake plant and a vase or whatever, A wreath would be cool. Do they have like a, some kind of laurel for the spring? You got to save your evergreen wreaths for the winter time. Personally. I
You
think
heard
I'm
it here
ready.
first.
You definitely heard it here first. All right. Oh, girls high school football. I'm telling you, Avery's going to be a high school football savant.
Nice.
No,
Yeah, here in about 15 years should be ready.
Yeah.
Yep, makes a lot
there
of
we go.
sense. It makes sense for the Lions to pull up and come and get Terrion Arnold, corner Definitely thought he was going to be gone well before this, so it makes sense. What a move by the Lions here. Terrion Arnold out of Alabama, he starts and accelerates so quickly, and that gives him ridiculous recovery speed. I mean, he is never out of the play. Even if he's beat, he can come back and still defend the pass. He had Anaya Smith just beat him completely on a touchdown, but Terrion Arnold came back and still broke up the pass from the Texas A&M quarterback. It's that type of stuff. He's never out of the play. His highlight reel is absolutely littered with interceptions. Do not let the ball get anywhere near this guy if you want it to stay in your possession. And he just plays so aggressively. He is always out to attack the wide receiver, knock the ball out, or take the ball away. This is a really good pick and a really big need for the Lions. And they somehow get the second best corner on the board to fall to them at the 24th pick. My goodness.
That is some shrewd ass GMing right there, man.
That was trading up in front of the Packers, who also need a corner as well.
Impressive.
Only cost them a 3rd round pick to do it. I mean, I know they only moved up 4 spots, but when you're getting Terrion Arnold out of it, you can give up a 3rd round pick. You know,
I call it 5 spots. Fuck, they did great, man.
Oh, 5 spots. Sorry, I'm not a math wizard.
Listen, I'll be here splitting hairs if anyone needs me. But dude, do I have to do the Packers? You got it all lit up. They got 11 picks.
They do. We have so many picks, and we were
4
already the
day
youngest
2
team.
picks.
Dude, they have so many in day 2.
Hey,
It's
before
going to be
we
so
get
fun.
into it, though, can we just get a nice happy birthday
Oh
to
no!
Mr. Christian?
What is this?
It's just whiskey.
This
I
is
don't
the.
know. I don't know. I may throw
Is
up.
it this
guys.
whiskey?
Oh, you got 7 picks to throw up, son.
Is this benchmark?
Oh
benchmark.
no! All right. Happy birthday, everyone.
Happy
Let's see.
birthday!
Happy birthday, man.
It's either I figured do this in case it's a bad pick.
Ugh. Bring some good ass shit when this happens.
Well, AJ, the upside
Pretty
is
good. Still Buffalo.
there are 3 guys who would be
the Tannins
ecstatic over. Give me Johnny Newton.
for sure. D-line number 1 need.
Give me Cooper DeJean.
Quarterback number 3 need.
Give me Graham Barton.
Yes.
And I'm happy with those 3 picks.
Yes,
If
Graham
it's one of
Barton.
those 3 picks, I'm down. If it's somebody else, I'm probably still down. Because Gutekunst tends to make me look foolish whenever I challenge him on picks. So
What about the Devondre Campbell departure? Do
So
you
this
think
is the thing.
linebacker is a need?
it's a huge need, but we have 2 second-round picks, and I don't
you do.
think a linebacker is going to go in the first round of this draft. You've got Edgerrin Cooper and you got Peyton Wilson that I think you can get in the second round. If you have to trade up, I think that's fine. I just think the talent here, specifically Johnny Newton, and then I love Cooper DeJean. Sounds like you're not as high, saying that he may not go in the first round, but I love his versatility and I love his ability to play wherever for us. And then Graham Barton, obviously, keep Jordan Love upright. I do, but I think
Is that a thing? Is that the first I'm hearing of this?
I do think similar to when the Packers traded up to the first pick of the second round in I think it was 2021 when they took Christian Watson, or 2022, whenever that was. I think you could see a similar move out of Gutekunst if he gets a guy that he likes at a premium position here, and then he trades up to get a linebacker, and that's what I would do. Personally, I would do Edgerrin Cooper. I'm just scared of the injuries
so
of
in
Peyton
that
Wilson.
scenario with the parallels for the Christian Watson, who is the better linebacker, the Romeo Dobbs in the
That they'll
fourth
take
round
later?
that would supersede?
I'm not that deep.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm a shallow.
I'm not that deep into the linebacker class, is what I was going to say, but
I think
I don't
that
know.
what you're saying is this linebacker class is not that.
It's not
deep.
great. There's 2
I think
superstars, and one of
Junior
them got hurt a shit ton. So,
Junior Colson at a
well, okay, yeah,
Michigan.
Junior Colson, that's fair. I
That'd
would
be a
like
good
Junior
pick
Colson
right
in the
there.
second round as well. That's fair.
ESPN's coming back. Oh shit!
But
Well, what else happened, man? You brought in Xavier McKinney. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's
Darnell
huge.
Savage is out.
and I think Xavier McKinney is a massive upgrade over that. That's another need for us, though, is another safety.
Yeah.
But again, Tyler Nubin's the best safety on the board, and I think he's a second round pick. You know, like I don't know that. And the pick is in for Green Bay. Let's go. Where are we going here? I'm excited.
To me, I find their biggest fantasy need to be tight end. Do you disagree?
Their biggest fantasy need would, probably be tight end, but I don't think it's a need.
No.
You know,
they
like
have
that's
tied for the second lowest and neediness after Detroit
absolutely.
and Houston. Tied with Detroit. After
they have maybe no wide receiver 1, but they have awesome wide receiver 2s.
My friend, what jersey are you donning?
I'm saying.
Booty doffing that with those.
No, they're all like high-end wide receiver 2s, and so it doesn't matter. We don't need a wide receiver 1. We got all these dudes.
Yes. Our average brings us a bunch.
Also, have you seen the stat of the, I think it was 2022 draft class, the top 2 receivers with touchdowns out of that draft class? That includes Drake London, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Romeo Doubs, and Christian Watson. Christian Watson, who hasn't played ever.
Blah, blah, blah. Here we go.
I don't know, man. Touchdowns win games.
Yeah, tell that to Chris Olave, who's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Thank you, Dad. Thanks, Mom. Chris Olave could be a Hall of Famer.
My fucking parents aren't watching.
Well.
I'd fuck them up, man. I'll get them.
Oh, here we go! All right, I'm excited. I am excited.
Okay. What's it going to be? It's going to be Cooper DeJean, and I'll have to have crow for dinner. What a weird name. Taking it. Thanks, Kim.
Jordan Morgan. Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right.
Tell us how you really feel.
Okay. All right. Jordan Morgan was the guy that I was upset about.
Is he on this list?
No, he's on it. I've got him. I just thought he was like our worst case scenario pick, and there were still people there.
Is he on the PowerPoint?
Yeah, he's on the PowerPoint.
Okay.
He should be after.
I found him.
Kind of, yeah, there he is. All right, so Jordan Morgan, 6'6", 320 pounds, super athletic and quick, 3 sacks allowed over the last 2 seasons. He has really, really good hand movement. And this is going to be a weird comparison, but watching Jordan Morgan, the way he snaps his hands reminds me of like a Venus flytrap when the friggin' like a bug lands in it, but like way faster. So like it lands and then just kind of wraps around him and then just never lets him go. So as soon as a defender touches him, he just kind of grabs him, bam, and then he's locked up with him. I think that's really strong. He has long arms and he's big but quick for his size, and it makes him tough to get away from. And he's super, super strong. I did like him. Like, he's projected first-round pick. I just thought, like, I just liked Graham Barton a little better, and then like Cooper DeJean. To me, Jordan Morgan was the guy we got if all the guys that I wanted were gone, and there were 3 of them that I wanted right there. So it's not that I don't like Jordan Morgan. It just felt like a pick, a little more boring of a pick. But again, I'm going to give Gutekunst the benefit of the doubt here. He's usually pretty good about this. So Jordan Morgan, I mean, offensive tackle is a huge need for us. So in that sense, I am very good with it because it is absolutely something we needed. There are just some guys that I liked a little better. But I'm not an NFL GM.
I was going to say,
so
when the chips fall, we
is this what's
definitely...
on screen right now? Okay.
we definitely aren't GMs, and as much as we know, which is like a ton, can we be honest? We spent a lot of manpower into making this podcast amazing.
That's true. That's true.
Worthy of pride. But yeah, I think Gutekunst has his beat.
He does. He does. A lot of good picks. Every year somebody I want's there and they take somebody else.
It's not an Eric Stokes level situation.
No, it's not. I do like Jordan Morgan again was the guy that I was okay with getting. So like I'm okay with it. It just sucks because there were people I was way more okay with, you know what I mean? But
yeah, without a doubt.
Anyway, go ahead.
All right,
sorry.
Tampa
the Buccaneers.
Bay. Yes, so I don't know when it comes to the needs of the Buccaneers. I can only say the words edge rusher, O-line, linebacker, cornerback. Really defensively, they do have an extra third-round pick, so 7 total picks. And looking at what they've done, they have some departures on the defensive side of the ball that could hurt them. Devin White and Carlton Davis, as well as, let's see, their starting guard, Aaron Stinney. So we could use a little bit of help. They've replaced the guard already. But yeah, I'd say Jordan Whitehead is probably a good addition for them. But yeah, I think they should probably go edge rusher. I think that there's been some decent options left to them. Maybe it could be Darius Robinson. It feels like a good.
He's been a huge riser in the draft there.
I'm a fan, and I think this could be where they could strike. But their defense is really where they need it. Offensive line needs some improvements as well, but defensively, they're not really having a great time against the run. Honestly, they're pretty stable. I thought it was weird that they brought Baker back on a long term. Quarterback was probably something that
they needed.
They could have should have tried a little bit on, but I guess unless they wanted Spencer Rattler, that's pretty much it for this draft. But I don't know, man. I don't have a lot to say about Tampa. It feels like they haven't made a lot of changes over the past few seasons. They're pretty consistent. I do think, and I know I keep talking about it. Oh, there you go. 3 years, $100 million. Good job, Baker. But
He earned it.
this is another one of those backfields, though. I won't put it in the same category as Pittsburgh and Denver and Jacksonville, but it's more like a Buffalo style where they've got James Cook there. But Rashad White, this feels like a backfield that could use some more help in the run game. When you have your Chase Edmonds to back him up, and I don't want to hear anything. Danny, of course, participate as you will, but you got Chase Edmonds here. It might not be 100% gold, but bringing back Mike Evans this offseason, and obviously we know what they have with Chris Godwin. I think that they have an opportunity to upgrade at tight end, but fantasy-wise, I don't see a lot of movement, which is something. It's I'm a little more excited about that when you come at me with edge rusher, O-line, linebacker, cornerback as your needs. I'm like, yeah, go for it, but I'm in 6 fantasy leagues. So you got to do something to move the needle.
Yeah, you got to move it a little bit
as far as that goes. So the pick is in, man. I don't know. Is this a good time to get into the running back?
Sorry.
I'm going to do it, man. I'm going to get into
The viewer can't see you. Tell them what you just saw.
Sorry. Any viewers... Sorry. Maybe I rely on Daniel Jeremiah too much, and that's part of the issue, but his top 2 players on the board were Graham Barton and Cooper DeJean, and I'm just like, sick. The two of the 3 guys I wanted. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Now, between us guys, I think skipping Graham Barton is probably something you're going to regret.
Yeah, I think so too. I like Graham Barton a lot. I mean, Jordan Morgan is just a straight up tackle, whereas Graham Barton is a little smaller. He's kind of an emergency tackle more than he is like a straight up tackle, but he is a great tackle as well. But that's the thing, is he can play anywhere. So if next year we needed a fucking guard, you can bounce out Graham Barton. Oh, there you go. Graham Barton just got taken by the fucking Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Different Bay, but still taken. So let's get into why I like Graham Barton so much. And
different Bay for sure.
It is a different Bay. Let me get into Graham Barton a little bit. Let me find my notes here. So the reason I like him so much is his versatility. He's listed as a center here. He could play wherever he needs to for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on their defensive line. He's quick and agile along the interior, slips and slides super well in there. Center and guard are definitely like his best positions, so I would say like listing him as a center does make sense. But he did only allow 4 sacks over the last 2 seasons playing at left tackle. So he can do it. He's just a little bit smaller for what the NFL likes in terms of tackles, so that's why they want to move him out. But he just drives defenders off the screen so often. It's so fun to watch. And I did not have that take. Check out Vach Lombardi on YouTube for offensive line breakdowns because he is great and it's really fun to watch. But he showed that like Graham Barton's just always taking people completely off the screen. They start, you see them, they're blocking, and then all of a sudden they're completely gone. I think he can thrive to play anywhere in the NFL, likely inside. He's going to clear space out for runners in the inside very, very well with the power that he has. But I do think he can play tackle if you are in a pinch, which is amazing. Having an offensive line that can play all 5 positions, that's really, really awesome. The Steelers got themselves one, and the Buccaneers got themselves one as well that can play all 5 positions. So Graham Barton going directly after Green Bay is a little harsh. But I do like the pick for the Buccaneers, giving Baker Mayfield a little more protection.
Salt in the wound. Darius Robinson, the pick is in. The Cardinals.
Oh, wow. The Cardinals are already gone. All right. So they get Darius Robinson. So I'm right back at it. So Darius Robinson, one of the biggest risers of this draft, Missouri edge. He's a senior, 285 pounds. Massive, long individual with raw, extraordinary power. Dominant against the run. He had a sack against South Carolina that I think shows off all of his explosive and best traits. Great jump off the ball, immediately already in the offensive lineman's face. Speed and powers to rush through 2 blockers, not just one. 2 blockers straight through to Spencer Rattler, and then that big, long arms to just absolutely swallow him and not let him get anywhere. Honestly, he uses his size and power to absolutely bully people, and I haven't seen this comp, and I didn't do a lot of comps for defensive players. This guy reminds me of Zadarius Smith.
Ooh.
And I think that power and that size and that ability to dominate people in front of him is something that Zadarius Smith did so well. Maybe not for an elongated period of time, which is unfortunate for Zadarius Smith, but hopefully Darius Robinson can keep a longer career because I see a lot of similar traits. And Zadarius Smith, when he is on, is almost unstoppable, and Robinson could be a similar type player.
Speaking of unstoppable players, have you heard of this guy? I think his name's Stephanie Jr. Diggs.
Good night, Mom.
Stefania.
Speaking of Savanya, they have traded their pick.
What?
Wait, the Bills did? Wow.
All right.
So who?
Yeah. I think it's crazy that Stefan's name, his mother's name is Stephanie, and he's like,
he's a feminine junior.
Yeah.
My middle name is my mom's name is Kimberly.
Yes.
And my middle name is Lee for that very reason. So.
My middle name is LaFloy.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, why?
As my grandfather, my mother's father was Harry LaFloy. I'm Daniel.
I did not know that.
That's also why we say Gucci Gang.
Follow at LaFloy W on Twitter.
Yeah. Darther and Gucci LaFloy, coming up LaFloy. A lot of things LaFloyed up.
Are we that far behind? Do I need to speed this up? Have we not seen the trade yet even?
I don't know. Maybe you can speed it up?
Oh, I was going to talk
We might
about
get
these
by.
buffaloes.
I think it should be live. I just got it as a sleeper, so I'm just saying.
Sleeper's a little on it. Sleeper's on it for
Big
sure.
pillows for the sleepers.
Oh yeah, I see it. It just
1
says
minute
it's
ago.
traded it, but not like
I don't know who traded it to. Who?
Not
Hey,
to
who do you think
who.
they traded it to?
Green Bay to come back up and get Cooper DeJean. Let's go. No, probably not. I doubt it.
You would never agree with Gutekunst.
No. It's crazy because that's not true. No, I didn't agree when he took Jair Alexander. I wanted Josh Jackson, who we also took in the second round, who lasted about 30-ish seconds on the roster and then got kicked off. So, not great. I was hyped, though, because I was like, damn, we took a guy that the GM wanted and then my guy in the second round. It's going to be awesome. They're both going to be sick. Nah, that's not how that shit worked out. Jair was awesome. My guy, trash.
So you're saying my team taking JJ McCarthy? I got a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, the Chiefs moved up.
Oh,
Adonai
no.
Mitchell.
Whoa!
Dude,
Adonai Mitchell coming up on the
And
Chiefs.
the Bills traded that?
It motherfucking better be Adonai Mitchell.
For the
Because
Bills?
it's if this is the other Texas wideout, Xavier Worthy, I will be.
Well, hey, Deshaun Jackson.
Deshaun
Jackson.
Deshaun Jackson.
Andy
Fuck all that.
Reid.
No. Timeout. We need a complete receiver. I'm sick of these incomplete wide receivers. We finally went for a complete wide receiver, and he likes to drive fast, and so shit happens. But we need to replace
See,
him.
here's the problem. It's not that he drove fast. It's that he ran away.
Well, he was a bad driver, step one.
Yeah.
Step two, flee the scene. I mean, he better have been avoiding a...
So
a
he's
duel.
Yeah,
swept it,
a
he's
Dewey.
swept it under the rugs.
Wow.
Is
Wow. Big
Right.
moral...
It's
move
politically
for
correct
you.
to say Dewey for DUI. Is that
Is that
making light of a situation? I don't know. I said
Oh,
it.
yeah.
I said it. I don't
Oh, you
care.
did it.
No.
Okay.
I'm the one that said it. So I was just I
beyond
was
the
more
point of
curious.
remembering what I just said?
No, I'm curious if I said something offensive.
AJ texted me and said
people.
I'm too drunk.
You asked me if you were too drunk. I just responded because it was hilarious. Obviously. you were
Let me
responding.
check.
Hey, am
my
I too
text.
drunk? Yes. AJ said I was too fucking drunk out of nowhere.
Can you
What a
believe this
dick!
fucking guy? Unprompted.
What an
Telling
asshole!
me I'm drunk.
Yeah, too drunk on your own success, you fucking cheat.
RDR money coming.
Oh, whoa! You're getting RDR money? Hang on now.
I've monetized the fuck out of your work, my friend. Let's see. All right, the Chiefs have 7 picks to day 2. We need a wideout. Has to be a wideout. Although we do need offensive line and quarterback.
Oh no, Graham Barton's gone. He went to the other.
Graham
way.
Barton would have been. Oh, they would have. Yeah, dude.
Tyler
They would have been
Guyton's
like
there.
Nick Allegretti. Who? But I do think if anything, this is your Cooper DeJean moment. dude.
Really, Cooper?
Yeah.
Dude, that would make me so sad.
D line, obviously, everybody needs extra D line. But I mean, it's the Chiefs, dude. They need a wideout. They're not going to f around and mess up the skill position like they did.
What
with
if they
that.
trade up for Ladd?
Dude, what if they trade up for Jonathan Brooks? You know, what
Then
I
I
mean?
would say they didn't need to do that.
Well,
they could have said.
yeah.
They could have said.
Kind of like that time they should have traded back for Clyde Edwards-Helaire or just taken
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah,
Whatever.
oh yeah, they could have. They could have
Oh, my
taken
God.
Jonathan Taylor. That would have been cool.
Talk about your Stokes moments, my friend. I could be there with you right now.
Man, I guess I was not a Chiefs fan at the time. I would have been furious.
Yeah, it was not
It's
cool.
one thing if you want a position and have a guy you want, and then they take somebody else.
Laquan Treadwell, yeah.
Yeah.
I got you guys.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like,
You're probably,
Let me
yeah.
make it about me.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you go
anybody.
deep.
Christian Ponder, what are we talking
When
about?
it's purple, it's bad.
I do feel like anybody with eyeballs should have been able to be like, Jonathan Taylor or CEH? Oh, I'll take Jonathan Taylor. Thank you very much.
Two-time
please.
Doak
Like-
Walker Award winner.
Or
When's
this
the last time that
random
happened?
guy out of
Oh,
LSU. Like-
yeah, Derrick Henry. Never heard of him. Fuck it, man. What are we
That was
doing?
silly.
You mean this undersized guy that caught all
You know
these
what's-
passes and
What is this?
murdered
Liquid?
somebody?
Yeah. All these guys that caught all these passes. You know
Hey,
what
that
the
was
Chiefs?
self-defense.
You know what the Chiefs don't do? Throw to the goddamn running back. So what was the point? Like,
Well, they got Hollywood Brown, so they don't need Xavier Worthy. They got Hollywood Brown.
they did get Hollywood.
got Hollywood Brown, so they don't need Xavier Worthy.
and LaShawn McCoy and
Oh my God! Stop! Pull the plug.
I like how we're all making fun of this like
Yeah, fuck the 3-time Super Bowl champions. What a bunch of idiots.
We've won.
4 out of 5 AFC
No,
championship fucking people.
Let me tell you, we have won the Super Bowl so much that I just tell my sister-in-law what size Super Bowl shirt I need from Costco now. I used to be like, oh, I'm going to Rally House. I gotta
Honestly,
get my shirt.
one
No,
of
my
the-
shit comes from Costco at this point.
One of the most condescending
Give me a fourth.
headlines I've ever seen was Patrick Mahomes' Super Bowl routine is yada yada yada. Motherfucker has a Super Bowl routine? A routine for the
right.
Super Bowl already? Come on now. What are we
You've been in
doing?
the same place so
He's
many
not even
times.
30.
You gotta get shit.
I
I got my, slippers. I got my yoga.
I got my Super Bowl pillow,
morning.
my
Yeah.
Super Bowl yoga mat. Like,
Super Bowl breakfast.
before the selection comes in, I just want to say, like,
Oh shit!
Daniel.
Better be
Super
at
Bowl,
9
NFL.
Mitchell.
But let's Rashad Bateman, Trey Sermon,
yo, I was in on Rashad Bateman too, to be fair, and also he
Dude, he
just
just got an
he got a deal.
extension.
He got an extension for what? I don't fucking know, but he
Change
got
the
one.
light in that lighthouse, man. That guy can come to shore anytime he wants. He's good to go. G to G, baby.
He's flowering right now, bro.
Let's do
All
this
right.
shit.
Chiefs selection. Here we
So,
go.
yeah.
We gotta
Daniel on the
reel
mic.
back into
So I have Lad
professionalism.
McConkey in my mock.
I do love a Lad McConkey.
The only people I have above him in my mock is Adonai Mitchell. Amy
Why is
Mitchell
Xavier Worthy making the pick?
at the 28? You need to make a wish, dude. Make a wish to this fucking pick because Adonai Mitchell is that one. That's what needs to happen. Justin, not even giving him a last name. You got this. This Justin.
Oh, they did it! They did it to him!
Let's go.
All right, so they do choose a receiver out of Texas, and it is the Deshaun Jackson connection to Andy Reid, and they take Xavier Worthy, wide receiver out of Texas. Obviously, you know the name. He broke the 40 record this past season, or this past combine at 4.21 on the 40. Call him the road runner. I do think he is an underrated route runner, specifically on the out route. He completely murders people. Deep threat, home run ability. RDR NFL comp. I've said it a bunch of times. Deshaun Jackson. Xavier Worthy said it himself. It was Deshaun Jackson, so I don't think I'm that off. He can start and stop so fast, and he can reach that top speed so quickly, and that's what makes him dangerous. Any space given to Worthy is a gamble, and it's a bad gamble. I would not take that gamble. He's also a great punt returner. You can add him in, kind of replace that Tyreek Hill punt return ability. I do think for fantasy, he's going to be a little inconsistent. He's a little small, kind of like Deshaun Jackson was. But for the Chiefs, he's going to add that big play element to their offense that they have been missing for the last couple of seasons. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. Xavier Worthy. I mean, I don't have any words, man.
Paul, I actually think he's not. I don't think he's Tyreek. He's not built like Tyreek. He's much smaller, but I think he's not John Ross. John Ross did one thing. John Ross ran really fast, and that was it. Xavier Worthy has so much more to his game. I really do believe that. Like I've been poking it at Daniel because this is fun, but I actually think Xavier Worthy kind of bucks the trend of these fast guys that are only fast. He does have more to his game. I do just think that body size doesn't rely
too small
to NFL or at least fantasy consistency. That's what I'm talking about. I do think for the Chiefs, and especially Patrick Mahomes' arm, this is going to be completely deadly. And there are going to be several times that like they do a one-play touchdown to Xavier Worthy, and it's going to be amazing. But I just don't think he'll be consistent enough for fantasy viability, just because that's just the type of position he plays. But I do think he's closer. In your kind of example, I think he's closer to Tyreek. I don't think he's the same player, but I think he's way better than John Ross.
Oh, yeah. Jameson Williams Jr., fucking Kansas City Chief. Here we go, baby. Adonai Mitchell staring you in the eyeballs, telling you what football really is. But no, he's amazing, honestly. I've said it multiple times. If you've watched the tournament, you know how I feel about him. Typically, I wouldn't be so excited, but he plays larger than he is. He is a small-ass dude. But the truth is that he led Texas 3 years running, I'm pretty sure, in the wide receiver game. So he is 100% awesome. We know that he's I mean, he's a player.
Me too.
He's on the ball, but
Me too, Paul.
But 165 pounds.
I
is
love
a little
this
too
pick.
light.
Especially
thank
trading
you.
back for the Cowboys. Sorry, not to cut you off. We did have the pick in for the Cowboys. It is Tyler Guyton, one of my top players remaining on the board, tackle out of Oklahoma. Another giant man, 6'7", 327 pounds, explodes out of his stance. The only thing about him is he's only had 15 starts. So this guy is a more of a traits projection, but he's super quick moving across the line, which is really, really good. He has the quick feet and a long frame, which gives him really, really nice movement, wide steps. Like he can take one step and clear like my body size. You know what I mean? So like maybe he's not even that quick. It's just that he can cover so much distance with one step. He doesn't need to be fast. He's just a powerful blocker with finesse to excel in a high-speed offense, which when you have Dak Prescott and you have CeeDee Lamb, you need to be moving this offense, and you just lost a lot of your offensive linemen, so I do think this was a smart move by the Cowboys to shore up that offensive line.
That's true. I'm sorry, did you say traits projection? Are we still talking about Xavier Worthy? A box score Bimmer has been. Good job, Dallas. Yes, good job. You obviously needed to replace Tyron Smith, and you've done it. Good job. Tyler Guyton. Talk about disappointing players out of Texas. Buffalo!
Is still
Now
going to
you're
get
ready to
Adonai
trade
Mitchell.
with us, huh?
They're still going to get Adonai Mitchell.
Stephon Diggs was on the block. You weren't ready to trade, but now
Now you want to trade.
Now you want to fucking trade with us?
Well, yeah, because they knew you were taking Xavier Worthy.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, oh, you want to come up and take him? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah,
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I
Xavier
love
is.
I genuinely do love
Wow.
Worthy. Like,
I'm going to call him Xavier Izzy Worthy. You know what I mean? But
I'm glad he got drafted in the first. You guys will never know how much I giggled when I put that Roadrunner graphic on his slideshow.
Meep, meep. Motherfucking prove it, dude. Prove me wrong. 100% wrong all the time. I'm wearing the Nick Bolton jersey where at this pick, I wanted him to take Terrace Marshall Jr. And they instead took Nick Bolton, and then the next pick was the Panthers taking TMJ, a bust to be sure. But anyway, speaking of bust, Baltimore Ravens, man, see you in the playoffs, am I right? They have 9 picks, 2-day 2. They need some O-line, they need the edge, they need the wide receiver, and they need the safety. And they have had a absolute F-ton of departures. Patrick Queen, Jadeveon Clowney, Ronald Darby, Geno Stone, Kevin Zeitler, Morgan Moses, J.K. Dobbins, all household names. Goodbye. Only person brought in, Derrick Henry. Now, when you bring in the king, I understand. Especially in this attack, you have what I would call the dual threat, the Konami code at Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So there will never be larger rushing lanes available to Derrick Henry in his career. There will be no stacked boxes. Spies will be on Lamar, and he will have a chance to eat in the biggest way.
What is a defensive lineman supposed to do reading the option against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry?
There's only one way to find out.
What do you want him to do?
By the end of week 17, 18, 27, we may know, but I currently have no clue what the answer to your question is.
That's fair. It's a tough question. Also, Brandon Ayuk didn't get traded.
Yeah, I would say cheat inside as a D lineman.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Bring the pressure to Lamar.
Gotcha.
But
No, 1 trade? 2 trades. Minnesota traded up. Detroit traded up. Minnesota traded up twice.
Kansas City traded.
4 trades. Okay.
Dallas traded.
Back. So that would have been included in one of the trade ups, right?
Detroit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Detroit, Minnesota twice.
Detroit what?
And then Kansas City.
Yeah.
Do people still say
Nate Wiggins is off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. All right, so Nate Wiggins here. I said earlier that somebody had a lot of speed as a corner, and that was true. But Nate Wiggins ran a 4.28. Guys, a 4.28 as a corner. That's pretty crazy. He's a fiery competitor that shows up in pass defense, is always talking, is always making contact, trying to disrupt the receivers. I love it. He's an explosive athlete. When I say game-changing speed, I really do mean game-changing, though. He ran down a North Carolina running back who was going to score, and he caught up. It's right here. It's right. Oh, I'm so good at this. I should work for the NFL Network. I'm talking about it right now. He was on there. He outran his teammate. He cleared 6 to 7 yards and caught up with the North Carolina running back and knocked the ball out right before the end zone. In case you think that was fluky, he went ahead and did it again against Miami. So there you go. So he's done it multiple times. He has, again, fiery attitude. I love my corners with aggressive attitudes. He may be over-aggressive at sometimes, but he has the speed to make up anytime he loses. I think it's a good pick by the Ravens with Nate Wiggins here. Honestly, surprised Nate Wiggins made it this far. I'm surprised all the corners made it this far. All the corners were taken after the 20th pick, right? Crazy.
Yeah, I don't think they could have done
And Johnny Newton's still on the board.
I think by going defense, they could not have done any wrong. They needed help in the secondary. They needed help with their linebackers. They needed help on the O-line going from fourth and dropping out after losing Zeitler. You know, we all know Zeitler's a beast, so we'll see what happens. But San Francisco, the capital of disappointment, has gained the board. So they have 4 minutes to make a decision. No doubt they will choose incorrectly.
Can the two viewers shout out? Who's left?
Yeah, who's left?
Who's left?
I know we got Paul.
Paul's here.
I'm betting Paul and Danny. What's the over-under? Hit me. Dude, Kimberly saying she's proud of me. That's
She's good people.
I mean, I don't know if there's a 33rd pick of the draft, but sorry, Myrtle. I'm picking a new mom. Straight trading up.
Trading up.
I don't know what I have to offer. But
Giving up a third round next year, even.
Someone needs a college dropout as a son, right? Kimberly, you in? Trade for me.
She got 2 of those already.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my mom's 3 for 3, so what can dude? I'm doing pretty well in my family, to be honest.
I was until about 6 months ago. I don't know what happened.
Dude, your best years are ahead of you. You're a motherfucking stud. The world just don't know it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks for participating. It's like, all of a sudden we're to 0 viewers. They just didn't want to. They didn't want to chat.
They didn't want to
about it.
admit that they're still watching.
What I think that San Francisco doesn't want to admit is they need to add to the running back room in this draft, man. I'm telling you, I know Elijah Mitchell has had his fanfare with this group. I saw a mock at one point that was too real to deny that had Audric Estime going to San Francisco. That's 100% dead zone running back fucking death trap to them. I could see it, but as
it
you're
would
saying,
pair well with Christian McCaffrey.
It would be great. Honestly, I would argue that Blake Corum would be a better pairing with him, just to keep the physicality down for Christian McCaffrey and leave him for between the 20s and open field big plays, personally. But having Ayuk on there and still with Deebo Samuels, we saw some good shit out of Ronnie Bell. And I think Juwan Jennings can't be understated. George Kittle, obviously, some high-level job security. So not too worried about that. But what they do need is a little bit of offensive line. I'd say linebacker and D-line, so mostly defense. They lost Farrell and Chase Young, Eric Armstead, Javon Kinlaw, and Sebastian Joseph Day. So big holes on the offensive or the defensive side. And as I've mentioned, I'm only mentioning projected starters for other teams. So these are some big deals. They did add Devondre Campbell coming in from Green Bay.
I think that's good when he's not. He's just he lost a little bit, but him pairing with Fred Warner is going to be awesome.
Yeah, and also they throw
Also,
in,
Fred, can we talk about how good Fred Warner is real
too
quick?
Good. Yeah, we
Like,
shouldn't, but
Okay, sorry, I don't
No,
want to
go ahead.
derail you. He just
You ought to.
like I just feel like he consistently is just the best linebacker in the league, and people are just like, oh yeah, all these other people are great, and it's just no. Fred Warner is amazing. Anyway, go ahead.
we know what's amazing is I had the foresight to take tomorrow off.
That was a good call.
That was a good call. So
That was a good call.
I'll give me that. But Leonard Floyd in the house, Buffalo's defense got straight gutted. Good job for them.
And they're still going to get Adonai Mitchell in a second.
The first.
In the first. He doesn't help their defense, I guess. But
So,
Yeah, well, let's talk about it.
Brock Purdy, right? Was a comp to J.J. McCarthy.
yeah, he was. I think that's a good thing, man.
I think that you are.
I think you're
You're hearing what they're not saying.
I don't look. All right.
Oh, the NFL's comp was Alex Smith. Yeah, I get it.
Honestly, Alex Smith was great. He just all right. So Alex Smith
Okay, Kirk Cousins.
ended
How many
up.
white quarterbacks have been starting?
I mean, I guess to be fair, they're all kind of the same.
As
but-
far as positions go, I feel like quarterback is the right one to be white. Talk to me about Cooper DeJean. Talk to me later. Did that some other time.
Oh no! Only one viewer got to hear that.
No,
Whoever it is,
Anyone
let us
other
know.
than Aiden Hutchinson? Like, is that what we're doing right now?
Well, let me
man.
check my text real quick.
Oh, sorry.
What did it say?
I like McCarthy. I'm honestly, I am more worried that you guys got McCarthy than I would have been if you got May. And maybe that's gonna look really stupid, but I don't know, man. You know what? Ricky Parasol is a first round pick for the San Francisco 49ers. They said, fucking Adonai Mitchell. Let's get a
Lad
Ricky
McConkey.
Parasol. Lad McConk, who? Exactly. All right, so Ricky Parasol.
Does he have
Damn
one?
it.
Does he
No,
have
he
one?
doesn't. I thought I was finally going to make it through. I thought I was finally going to make it through for the first time without having a guy that wasn't in the thing, and they
my
fucked me at
God.
pick 31 with Ricky Parasol. But Ricky Parasol, good thing is he's a wide receiver, so I don't need
we already
I don't
got
need
that
a slide.
shit.
I know that shit. He is a great route runner. He is a fluid guy. He reminds me of Julian Edelman, but way, way more athletic. I mean, this guy was a super athlete at the combine, and apparently San Francisco thinks they can do a lot with him, and they're probably not wrong. I mean, Ricky Parasol, he has elite route running skills. He has the size. He has the speed. He has a burst. He is going to be
Totally
maybe
nailed
maybe
it.
now they
A
are
total D-bag. Oh.
now they are maybe possibly going to trade Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel because apparently they think Ricky Parasol is good enough to take in the first round.
That is
I
a
thought he was for
mistake.
sure a second round pick, and I was mistaken. And the Carolina Panthers have traded up, so Buffalo trades back again, and
Adonai
the
Mitchell
Panthers
gets
have
his
traded
first
up
round pick.
one pick.
Wait, who just traded?
One pick. The Bills.
Panthers.
Oh.
The Bills
the
traded
Bills.
back.
Oh,
the
of
Panthers
Course,
traded up.
dude. So the Panthers,
The
man.
Panthers trade up
They
to
need
32.
a tight end. They need a tight end.
They
The
need a
words I would never say.
receiver.
They need an edge rusher. They need a cornerback. They need a wide receiver. They need the whole starting team. They need everybody possible for this. You know what? They could really use a starting quarterback. Am I right? Am I right, Bryce Young? Anyway, that's rough. Their starting tight end is Tommy Trimble. Okay. Honestly, I think their offensive line is decent. They added Damian Lewis. They got Robert Hunt so their guards are pretty good. They got Ike Ikwonu. They've got Taylor Moton. So, things are going okay right there. But they added, Deontay Johnson. They got, friend of the pod, Jonathan Mingo, who's backed up by stud of the pod, Terrace Marshall Jr.
Also, friends of the pod because they have nothing going for them.
Yeah, and then the Minnesota Viking leftovers, Adam Thielen and Amir Smith-Marset are on the
Stop
roster.
it.
Okay, all right, I'll stop.
I'll
This
sell those cards to you for
50,
you offer.
60 cents. I'm with you.
For whatever you offer.
One used sock. Honestly, it is what it is. They did bring Clowney in. They're doing okay. They're trying to stay competitive. I just can't take this organization seriously at the moment, but we'll see what they end up doing. Definitely could use an edge rusher, cornerback, but it feels like you don't trade up one spot. Like, period. You don't trade up one spot, period. But we'll see. We'll see what they made happen with it.
I mean,
Is
they
it a
gave up.
fifth-year
They gave
option
up
thing?
a fifth and got a sixth. So they just moved back around to move up one pick.
Well, then timeout's silly. Silly for the Bills. Just make something happen.
Yeah,
It's actually just annoying, honestly, at this point in the draft. Like,
Carolina just wanted a first round pick, so they didn't look like chumps after trading all their first round picks to the Bears. So they're like, no, we didn't trade them all. We took one.
we took
took what's his fuck at 32.
historically
In 2024.
disappointing. 6 picks. They actually used to have 3 day 2 picks. They had 39. They had 33. Obviously,
Now
they're missing 33 now for 32. I just honestly,
Fuck the Bears.
how worried were they that the player they're about to pick was going to take it?
if it's Adonai
Yeah,
Mitchell,
Buffalo.
probably pretty worried
Okay.
because Buffalo, that made a lot of sense.
Depth chart.
But they do need a
Panthers.
receiver.
Yeah, but not in the way that like trading up one spot would save them. Like they just got Deontay. They still have Adam Thielen, who was a motherfucking stud for them last year.
True.
Jonathan Mingo, I do think he has potential. TMJ, I am not out on him.
Should be.
All right, NFL,
And
are
they
we really
have-
going to take this out till 11?
Okay.
The pick's been in. Sorry, they have who?
They're like the
We have
liquor
pizza
store
out.
closes in
We have
9
pizza
minutes.
out there,
Yeah,
just so
fuck
you
them.
guys know.
They got Mike Scratchin, dude. You know how much I love Mike Scratchin. Originally drafted by the Colts. All right, let's do it.
Oh, Raj! He's here!
He's doing it.
He
Wait,
did
I'm
it.
gonna give her the pizza right now.
I'm gonna bring it in, dude. We're celebrating style. Is it too soon?
We're not branded by Papa John's quite yet.
Spoiler.
Papa John's is good as fuck. All right, Panthers, here it is.
Well, whatever happens, that's definitely not enough pizza.
You at me.
That's all good, dude. It's just a wink.
Wow! They trade up one pick to take the guy they probably could have got yesterday. Xavier...
Tune in tomorrow.
tomorrow. Xavier Legette also so I made it all the way to the last 2 picks and no, nothing there. But what I can tell you again about like Xavier Legette is he has a crazy size and speed combination. He ran a 4.3 something and he is at 225 pounds or ish, 220 pounds, maybe 217. I don't know. I'm a little drunk and I can't remember. But he is super fast. And he's this big body receiver, which honestly, the Panthers needed juice. Even Deontay Johnson kind of just replaces Adam Thielen, so they needed a guy to be an explosive weapon for them. I definitely think they could have got him by not giving up that 5th round pick. But
100%.
it is a 5th round pick, so who cares? So they moved back one, and apparently the Bills are going to take Adonai Mitchell as the first pick of the 2nd round. But we did have 6 receivers in the 1st round.
I told you.
Just like you said they would
I told
be.
you, Devin, to bet the under. 6 receivers. I motherfucking told you.
But that's it, guys.
439.
Rough draft research for the
221.
4th year in a row for
Crushed
probably the equivalent amount of people in 4 have done a live stream for the NFL draft.
And I had a lot of fun.
It's
honestly.
so fun.
Honestly.
I wouldn't do it any other way.
I mean,
honestly.
we're on our 5th-year contract right now, boys. So,
That's-
anyone out
dude.
there, you want to see this again next year?
Whoa,
You gotta
see
You
you in
gotta,
Pittsburgh.
you gotta accept that option.
I gotta tell you guys, that was crazy. I cannot believe Legette was picked up here. That's actually a clutch move. Although they literally just picked the TMJ and the Jonathan Mingo of this draft and Xavier Legette, but goddamn, I am really happy for him.
Yeah,
He's a
that's
South
awesome.
Carolina guy, born and raised, and now he's going to the Panthers. The dude is never going to have to leave a state named Carolina for his entire life.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
Have you heard
super
this
cool.
man speak? Xavier Legette?
No.
That's what we're doing next. Over
We
the
talked about pulling videos up, and we didn't do it a
So
single time.
good.
So bring up Xavier Legette interview.
We got 2 viewers.
We've got
We got 2
us.
viewers. Hey, thank you, viewers. Don't judge us harshly, particularly me. These guys are amazing. I'm just what you also have going on here.
Okay, so what am I bringing up?
Just Xavier Legette interview.
Yeah, it's so good. Honestly, man, I actually love Xavier Legette. I don't think he's a first round wideout.
He's probably worth the 33rd pick.
I feel like I mocked him to Carolina.
At the 33rd pick? Yeah. The
So-
one they just traded up to take.
That's cool, man. Gotta get your guy. If I know anything about trading and football, it's
Go get
put it
your guy.
all on the line to be wrong.
And the big knob.
All the way up.
Big knob? Well, I fucked this up again. I fucked with the audio a lot while we were doing this shit.
Yeah. Let me try the headphones, see what we got. Crickets. Well, 2 viewers. You guys are soldiers. Hey, whoever you
All
are.
I can hear is the interview.
And your headphones?
Oh, I can hear it. Oh, I hear it.
I can't hear it.
Super loud. It's the only thing I can hear.
Damn, man. Whoever you 2 viewers are, send me a trade right now. I'm in.
I'm down.
Whatever trade you send me.
No, the reason we brought it up is because he just has this like classic Southern accent, and it's just like this. I don't know. It just makes way too much sense for a guy coming out of South Carolina, but also unexpected for a guy as big as he is. That was it. That was all we were pointing out. Nothing
He
crazy,
has
nothing
an
weird.
amazing. Yeah, it's nothing against the guy.
No, it's just it's a very
awesome how thick
like,
and like
thick and distinct that
Little
Southern
bit
accent
Foghorn,
is, and you expect
little
him
bit
to be
Leghorn.
like he's a big dude, so you.
Yeah,
But
we see
it's
it
not
enough.
that. It's like very articulate and very, but that Southern accent is that classic. Doesn't matter. We've been Rough Draft Research.
You've been the
audience, and we'll see you next time.
expect.